Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first LTAC meeting of the new membership year. We're going to get started with some housekeeping that Dr. Lawford will lead, and then we will do a roll call for business purposes, but also to allow each member to introduce themselves. We have some new faces, want everybody to be able to see and hear everybody. And when we do that, I'll ask you to say what institution you're representing and how long you've served on LTAC, or if you are just coming on or you're a new member. So with that, Dr. Lofters, I'll let you take care of our housekeeping.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to do a few housekeeping items this morning. Remember that the meeting is being live streamed, so everyone is able to watch you this morning. Please keep your video stream on. Following the open meetings requirements, you have to have your video live stream playing at all times and video and audio at all times. And I'm taking it back. Video at all times and audio is if when you're talking, you need to be able to hear your audio. If you're not talking, please keep your microphone on mute. Believe that is the main ones. Just make sure that everything is always, you're able to be seen, so therefore that you can be counted in quorum. When we do a vote, please raise your hand. We'll have it so that you raise your hand physically so that we can count the votes. I believe that is it for this meeting. Good to see everyone. Oh, thank you. And please do not, I believe the chat is disabled. So therefore there won't be any private chat. So they cannot have any private sidebar chats during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lofters. So I didn't introduce myself. I'm Patrick Plush. I am representing University of North Texas, and I have been on LTAC since 2009, with the exception a few years ago. And I'm currently the co-chair. Our chair, I think that, well, they took another position away from their institution, so we will be doing elections for that vacancy and for the co-chair as well. It's also our cycle for doing those every 3 years. So regardless if we had vacancies, we would be doing it. So what I'm going to do now is go through the list of the roster that I have, and I'll call your name. Will do. All right. Hopefully you caught most of that. I've been told Mike was a little bit too far away, or I'm speaking too softly, so I will try to do better. So now we'll proceed with the roll call, but also the opportunity for everyone to introduce themselves. And if someone's not here, then we'll just take a pause and go to the next person. Again, your name, institution you're representing, and how long you have served on LTAC, or if you are a new member. So we will start with public community college members. Luke Dowden.
Hey, good morning. I'm Luke Dowden. I'm the Chief Online Learning Officer of the Alamo Colleges District in San Antonio, Texas. I have the honor of serving 5 of our community colleges here and all the citizens in San Antonio. It's good to be with you this morning.
Welcome, Luke. Alicia Lloyd. So I'm going to move forward, and if somebody has having problem with their mic or something, I'll ask at the end if you didn't get an opportunity to say that you were here and introduce yourself. Timothy Snyder.
Good morning, Timothy Snyder, Associate Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning Innovation at Houston Community College. I believe this is my 3rd year on the LTAC committee.
Welcome this morning, Timothy.
Thank you.
Glynis Gaines.
Good morning, I'm Glynis Gaines, Dean of Health Professions at McLennan Community College, and I've been on LTAC for 1 year, I think.
Thank you. Welcome. Janet Camps.
Good morning, I'm Janet Camps. I am the Director of E-Learning at Del Mar College, and for this go-round, I am just going into my 2nd year at LTAC, and I was on LTAC at a previous institution as well. I'm happy to be here.
Back. Lydia Tina.
Yes, Lydia Tena, and I'm with El Paso Community College, and I serve as the Northwest Campus Dean. And this is my 2nd go around with LTAC, and I believe I'm on my 2nd year of that term. and look forward to working with everybody today.
Thank you, Lydia. Welcome. And sorry, I mispronounced your last name. Tina, I've got it now. Mary Gentry.
Hi, Mary Gentry. I am the program director for the kinesiology department at St. Philip's College in San Antonio. This is my third year on the LTAC committee.
Thank you. Welcome this morning. Sarah Lee.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Sarah Lee. I'm the Executive Dean of the iCollin Virtual Campus at Collin College, and this is my second year serving on LTAC, so it's good to be back and see everyone again.
Welcome back. Nikki Whiteside.
Hi, good morning. I'm Nikki Whiteside. I'm the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Instructional Innovation and Support with San Jacinto College.
Thank you, Nikki. Welcome.
And I'm a new member.
Robert. Yes, welcome. Robert Green.
Good morning, I'm Robert Green, representing Lone Star College. And this will be my beginning of my second term here in Houston. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Welcome. Ruth Chisholm.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ruth Chisholm. I'm the Assistant Vice President for SHSU Online Operations, and this is my second year on the LTAC committee.
Welcome, Ruth.
Thank you.
Julie DeLello.
Good morning. I'm Julie DeLello, Professor of Educational Technology at the University of Texas at Tyler, and I think this is my third year.
Fantastic. Welcome. Jeff Friels.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jeff Friels. I'm at the University of Texas at Austin, Director of Academic Policy and Research. This is my first year on LTAC. Happy to be here and to meet everyone.
Welcome, Jeff. And I would add that Jeff has been working on the subcommittee on distance education standards and definitions and standards for the last 16 months. So interacting with LTAC members, but now is formally and co-chairing that subcommittee and is now on LTAC. Pam Morgan.
Hello, I'm Pam Morgan. I'm representing Midwestern State University, and this is my fifth, I think it's my fifth term on LTAC.
Welcome this morning, Pam. Good to see you. Charlene Stubblefield.
Good morning, everybody. Charlene Stubblefield. I'm at Prairie View A&M University. I'm the executive director for the Center for Instructional Innovation and Technology Services. This is my second term on LTAC, and I've been in this second term for 2 years.
Welcome, Charlene. Yun Wan.
Hello, this is Yun Wan. I'm representing University of Houston, Victoria. I'm the professor and the department chair of Computer and Information Science Department. This is my third year with LTAC.
Thank you. Welcome this morning. Megan Weatherly.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Megan Weatherly. I serve as the executive director of the Lumberjack Learning Commons at Stephen F. Austin State University, and this is my second year on LTAC.
Welcome. And our public and health-related institutions, Jacqueline Mock.
Good morning, everyone. Jacqueline Mock. I'm Vice President for Academic, Faculty, and Student Affairs, and the Chief Academic Officer at UT Health San Antonio. I am, I think, in my fourth term as a member of LTAC.
Welcome, Jacqueline. And we have 4 vacancies, and those members were invited to join today as non-voting until they're confirmed by the board, I think later this month. Those are Dr.
Has anyone else lost the audio?
Yes, I have.
They're working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a microphone battery die, so we have switched here for the moment. So I'm not sure what you heard last, but I was announcing that we had 4 vacancies, 2 in universities, 1 in public health-related institutions, and 1 in independent And there are replacement members who may be in attendance. They've been invited to attend, but they would be not until they are confirmed later this month by the board. Those are Dr. Alexander Heron from Concordia University. Are you here, Dr. Heron? Okay, Dr. Daryl James from Texas Tech University. Dr. Justin Lauder, and Dr. Aaron McGough at the University of Texas Medical Branch, replacing Dr. Janet Sutherland. Okay, so it sounds like they were not able to join us. And we also have a new student member who is with us, Bella Rodriguez from UT Austin. That is a non-voting role, but so glad to have her aboard and with us. Would you like to introduce yourself, Bella?
Hi, I'm Bella. I'm at UT Austin. I'm a second year special education major, and I'm really looking forward and excited to hear everything today.
So very nice to have you with us. So we've welcomed the new people and introduced everybody. Pardon me. And we would also like to recognize those who are rolling off, who have served, and thank them for their service. The past members include Miss Erin Warham, Dr. Janet Sutherland, Dr. Elizabeth Rodriguez, Dr. Rolanda Garza, and Dr. Justin Lauder. And Dr. Justin Lauder, who represented Texas Tech, also served as the chair for this committee for the last few years, and has done a great job. Big shoes to fill, stepping in for the leadership he has provided to this group, and certainly wish him well in his new adventures with Blackboard and Anthology, and appreciate all his contributions, not just to chairing this committee, but to so many of the thought discussions and product that have come out of LTAC in recent years. But thank you to all of our past members. This committee is really only as good as the participation we have from all of our different constituencies. There's great efforts made to make sure it is representative of 2-year, 4-year health-related institutions, independents, and to make important recommendations to the commissioner about distance education. And I feel like it is a privilege for all of us to represent our institutions, represent our field and our discipline. Grateful to institutions for allowing you time to serve. It is important service. It'll be great when we can all be back together here in Austin again in the future someday. I know there's rich networking that goes on during the lunch sessions when we do that. So hope that is a possibility in the not too distant future. But wanted to say again, thank you to our past members, and thanks to each of you for being here today and for serving on this committee. It's important work that we're doing. And the next item that I have is item number 3, the introduction of Dr. David Troutman, who is the new Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs. He joined the coordinating board in September of this year. He previously served as Associate Vice Chancellor for Institutional Research and Advanced Analytics at the University of Texas System, where he provided leadership in rethinking the systems and processes used to gather data and distill it into information for decision makers to use in effective and efficient ways. This included conducting system-wide research studies, quantitative and qualitative, in support of UT System's strategic goals. Dr. Troutman directed a team of researchers who provided analytical support, descriptive and predictive analysis for the system's internal and external stakeholders. So very important roles that he's had in the past, and of course, a critical role at the coordinating board that he is fulfilling now. I'd like to give the opportunity for Dr. Troutman to provide remarks, and I know he's probably doing a bit of a listening tour as he's recently joined, but tell us what is exciting to him about the work ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And like you said, I am doing a listening tour. I'm trying to take it all in. There's a lot of information, a lot of great things happening across the state. It's good to see some familiar faces, and I hope to get to know every one of you personally. Once again, I'm David. I've been here for 4 weeks now, but I did want to just give you a glimpse of sort of my passions and what I try to strive towards. I moved from the UT system to the coordinating board because I do believe in Harrison Keller's passion and vision for improving and enhancing the learning opportunities across the state of Texas. I truly believe that leveraging learning technologies is the way to enhance the student learning outcomes that students need to achieve to receive that credential. And then ultimately, how those credentials can impact the social and economic mobility of students, but not only students, but also their families, and having that positive ripple effect of what happens to a student after they receive that credential. And so I just want to emphasize that I want to embed an equity mindedness in our work in the future. I know that we've done that in the past, but I just have that mindset of making sure that we have equitable resources so that students all have a fair chance to receive a high quality education. And, the sky's the limits for those individuals that, receive those credentials and go into the workforce. So I just want to learn from you all and support you and lift you up and make sure that all the great things that you are recommending come to fruition on our side at the coordinating board. So thank you for welcoming me.
We're so glad you're here. Thank you for your enthusiasm, and we look forward to getting to know you better and supporting you in your role as well. Thank you. Moving along to the next item on the agenda, item 4, elections of chair and co-chair. As I mentioned, it is time to, it's on the cycle where we elect those positions again. And we do have a vacancy for chair. And since I am the current co-chair and will be involved in being nominated, I'm going to turn the procedure over to Dr. Lofters to administrate for it.
Thank you. As we said, we have to now vote for a new chair for the Learning Technology Advisory Committee. The way we do this usually is we're going to open it up for nominations. Provide any nominations to us, we'll take them down, and then we'll do a vote for a new chair. Afterwards, we will go to the co-chair. So going forward, do we have any nominations from the committee for the position of chair for Learning Technology Advisory Committee for this year?
I'd like to nominate Patrick. This is Pam Morgan.
Thank you, Pam. I accept that nomination.
Any other nominations for chair? Hearing none. Patrick Plisht is now, by acclamation, chair of LTAC. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And you have the applause.
I have to apologize. I can't see people's faces very well. It's real far away from me. If I put my glasses on, I can't read what's in front of me. So I just see, people moving around, and that's great. That's great. Thank you.
Now that we have the chair in place, you are now for the co-chair.
Oh, I can do the rest of it. Okay. So I now open nominations for the role of co-chair of LTAC.
Are you taking by hands, Patrick, or do you want us just to call it out? This is Jacqueline Mock, and if she would accept,
Yes.
I would love to nominate Charlene Stubberfield.
Very good. So we have a nomination for Charlene Stubblefield. Are there any other nominations? I'm going to give you 5 seconds. Any other nominations? All right. Also by acclamation, we have a new co-chair, Charlene Stubblefield. So now you need to come up and sit here. Well, that's not going to work today. But really excited to work with you in that capacity, Charlene. We've worked together a long time in different ways through TXDLA and of course on this committee. So thrilled that you are stepping forward to be in this leadership role. It is very important to our success here. So congratulations.
Thank you all. I appreciate that.
No, it doesn't sound really great, that sound of one person clapping, but I see everybody else clapping too. It's good. It's good. So now our next item of business is to approve the summary notes, to consider and approve the summary notes of our May 27th, 2022 meeting. Those were circulated in advance of the meeting. Hopefully you've had a chance to review those. And I will accept any a motion to approve those, and we can discuss if there are any amendments or additions.
Lydia Tenna, move to approve.
Thank you, Lydia.
I second that.
Can you say your name when you
I'm sorry,
second
Robert
or-
Green, Lone Star
Thank you,
College,
Robert.
second that.
I'm getting pretty good with voices too, but I just cannot see that far to see who's speaking. So again, I apologize. So we have the motion and a second. Any discussion, any questions? Hearing none, call for a vote. All in favor, please physically raise your hand in your screen and keep it up. Give us a second to count those. All right, it is unanimous, so no need to call for abstentions or nays. So the motion carries. Minutes are approved of that meeting. So we also had a special meeting. I was going to call it emergency meeting. It was just special on July 20th to consider a doctoral program proposal for Angelo State University, Doctor of Social Work, and we would need to approve those minutes as well. So assuming everybody's had a chance to read those, if there are any amendments, please let me know. Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
This is Glennis Gaines. I was actually present at that meeting. And,
Okay.
and my last name does have an E, Gaines.
Thank you, Glennis. We will make those corrections, and if there are any others before we ask for approval.
Thank you.
Certainly.
And this is Glennis,
Right.
and I will move to approve with those corrections.
What's the name? Glennis. Thank you very much, Glennis. Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Sarah Lee.
Thank you, Sarah. All in favor, please physically raise your hand and keep it up and give us a moment to count.
Yeah, I see it. Is her hand up? Dr. Mock, are you already? Oh, there you go. All right. Unanimous. Thank you.
Fun games we play these days with technology, right? To get things done. Awesome. That unanimous as well?
Yeah.
All right, motion carries unanimous. And thank you very much for your consideration and voting on those. Our next item of business is one of the core responsibilities of LTAC at this time, and that is consideration and recommendation of doctoral program proposals that are delivered by distance education, whether online or off campus. And we have a very active and diligent doctoral proposal subcommittee that is chaired by Dr. Jacqueline Mock, and she will introduce the degree. And this is the item of discussion of distance education delivery of Angelo State University's new doctorate of education degree with a program in transformative leadership based on the LTAC's assessment of the application's compliance with THCB distance education rules and policy. Dr. Mock, the floor is yours.
Good morning, colleagues. I am pleased to introduce for discussion a proposal from Angelo State University, an EDD in transformative leadership. This is, according to our current definitions, a fully online program where the courses will be delivered either in a hybrid or in 100% online modality. There are some in-person campus activities, including orientation and dissertation defense as part of this proposal. We have 4 guests who are here from Angelo State University, who include Scarlett Klaus, Dean of the College of Education, Kim Livengood, Chair of the Department of Curriculum and Instruction, Sarah Carlisle, Departmental Technology Representative from the Department of Curriculum and Instruction, and Brian Braden, the Executive Director and CTO, Information Technology. I'd like to start with Dr. Klaus. If you would like to launch the discussion, provide a very brief summary of your proposal, and then stand ready to answer any questions from either the doctoral program subcommittee or the full LTAC. Dr. Klaus.
Good morning. Thank you for the introductions. We're really excited and very appreciative of the committee's time that they've taken to review our proposal. This is a proposal, like you said, for a Doctor of Education and Transformative Leadership at Angelo State University. Coursework is 100% online delivered. Following up with in-person activities like Dr. Moak just described, we have a residency conference that will be face-to-face, and dissertation support that we provide the option of having students travel to campus and have that individualized attention if they need that too. The program is 60 hours, dissertation defense, focus is transformative leadership right now without superintendent certification, but our hopes are to eventually weave in some superintendent certification courses here to have a broader, cast a broader net in the future. But our target with this program right now is leaders who are hungry for transformative change in their institutions and their organizations. So I think we've developed a very robust and convenient and responsive curriculum.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. The subcommittee for the doctoral program review has read through carefully your proposal. I want to just invite the members of that subcommittee to offer any comments if they would have that. I'm not seeing any raised hands. So Patrick, the doctoral program subcommittee has thoroughly reviewed the proposal from Angelo State and recommends it to the full LTAC for approval. So I want to turn it to you to invite any questions from the full LTAC that our colleagues from Angelo State could potentially answer for them.
Thank you, Dr. Mock. Are there any questions about this doctoral proposal from full LTAC members?
Luke has a question or comment.
Luke?
So on page 17 of the proposal, I'm just going to read the statement, Patrick, and ask the team to elaborate. It says evidence indicates that doctoral student attrition at the ABD all but dissertation stage is primarily due to a lack of support. ASU is providing a unique approach to dissertation process, supporting each student comprehensively through content dissertation requirements. I'm really interested in that. I don't like the number of ABDs that we have in the country. So can you tell us about that unique approach and how you think that's going to increase your number of completers and awarding of degrees?
Yes, it's actually a really great question. And we have a pretty comprehensive team that has gone through the planning process. And we've all brought in our experience with our own doctoral programs and seeing the attrition that, you know, when you look around at your classmates and you see them dropping and you just want to say, you're almost there, you're almost there. And because of the percentage of ABD students that are still out there, we took this very, very seriously. And so we are taking a proactive approach to this and not waiting until we are at the dissertation stage to provide those supports. So our planning from the very, very beginning, from that residency conference, even before that, is to emphasize that everything that these students do is going to lead into assisting in the completion of that dissertation, so that they are not looking at this huge elephant once they get to the dissertation phase, because we all know how daunting that can be. So we're going to take bites out of that elephant before they even get to that stage. So I think really clear and concise communication of expectations set the tone at the very beginning of our program. So when we do things like lit reviews for each one of our classes, when we go through our qual and quant classes, that we are tying all of those assignments, all of those learning opportunities to the end game here, which is end game of the process, which is completion of that dissertation. So intentional gates throughout the entire program to make sure that students are on track. We are at an advantage because we're starting with a small cohort. So we will get into that mentality of helping students very individualized attention to those gates as they move towards dissertation. So to me, it kind of seems like a no-brainer, but we know that it is, it's definitely a problem. And if it was easy to fix, then it wouldn't be a problem within institutions anymore. So we're really going to do the hard work and making sure that we're plugged in with students' needs from the very beginning all the way through until they get that dissertation defended.
This is Charlene Stubblefield. Sorry, Luke, go ahead.
No, I was just going to thank her and wish you the best. I hope that will become a strategic differentiator for your doctorate of education program in the state. Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
This is Charlene Stubblefield. Can you describe briefly the technology support that will be given to these students as they go through the process?
Sure. That's especially, I think I can officially say post-COVID. We have learned so much, and we have moved mountains as far as our awareness to access, whether it's internet access, whether it's device access. I believe that Angelo State, I've got Brian Braden here with me too, and so I'm going to turn it over to him in a minute, but I'm going to sing my praises to his department in being so responsive to our needs through COVID, whether it was students that needed a device, whether it was faculty that needed a hotspot, because we're pretty rural and our faculty are rural. And so I feel like if we could share the stories that we have through COVID on the extent that we have traveled to provide students access, you would be absolutely amazed. And so I'm going to say one of our biggest experiences, positive experiences that came out of COVID was we have to be diligent in providing equal access to every student that needs that to be successful. And so I
can add just a few more details. One of the things we did because of COVID, we started an equipment checkout program, and it's for laptops and for hotspots because of those needs. Now it's to really bridge the gap. We've got some, we typically use it for a shorter period of time. However, there's some unique circumstances that we've had to do depending on the student. So we take it very situationally. We also try to offer, we have a help desk that's 24/7, 365 days, so that they can call in after hours. They seem to like to work at different times for some reason. So that hopefully helps support it. And we try to really get feedback from the students too on what's working, what's not, so that we can make improvements. We do that through an annual survey.
And then I'm just going to go ahead and add a little bit about the support for the online students, because the support is, they do have that help desk, but there's also the faculty helps the students, as well as we have an e-learning center that specifically helps them with the learning management part. So to help both directions, plus they have online resources to help when they just forgot how to do something simple and quick. So we have several different options for that kind of support.
Thank you. I was about to ask a follow-up question, but the last person speaking answered that. Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none, we will proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is the consideration and possible action to recommend for approval of the distance education delivery of Angelo State University's new Doctorate of Education EDD degree with a program in transformative leadership based on the LTAC's assessment of the application's compliance with the THECB distance education rules and policy. Because this is a recommendation that's coming from a subcommittee, we don't need a motion, but I do need a second.
Janet Camps, I second.
Janet, thank you. We have a second. At this time, will all those in favor raise your hand physically and keep those up so we can get a count. Congratulations, you have unanimous approval to recommend your program to the next stage for board approval. And is this one going to the board or is this one internal?
Correct. This is a new program proposal, so it will not go just to staff. This goes to the board to complete the program approval process.
Congratulations to our colleagues at Angelo State University. We wish you the very best in the delivery of this distance doctoral program. Thank you for being with us this morning. You, of course, are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but we, of course, understand if you would like to drop off the call. Again, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have the a section that we refer to as THECB Updates. We'll hear from a number of staff members of CB on important topics, and Kyla is going to lead us through these. We may need to change the order a bit because some of our team members have other commitments coming up. So, Kyla?
Can you hear me? I got a new mic, so I've got to test this one too. Okay, yes, we are going to switch up the order just a little bit. Melissa Henderson, who is our Chief of Staff and Executive Director of the Texas Higher Education Foundation, is going to give our first update, and that will be on the Building a Talent Strong Texas Strategic Plan.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for having me this morning. I'm glad to be with you, even if virtually, and did want to give you just an overview of the Building a Talent Strong Texas Plan, which of course is the revised statewide strategic plan that the board adopted in January of this year and that we have been rolling out over the course of the year. So thank you again for having me. So this work began really when the commissioner came in 2019. So he just celebrated his 3rd anniversary as commissioner this month. And when he came in, he recognized that there were a few areas that he wanted to revisit as it related to the existing plan at that time, 60 by 30 Texas. So one, wanting to think more intentionally around adult learners, recognizing that the needs of our economy and the needs of our labor market are continually changing. And we had a strong focus on our young Texans, our 25 to 34-year-old population in our attainment goal, but we didn't have as an intentional of a focus on our adult learners. Also wanted to look at tying the credentials that we're awarding across the state more closely to the needs of the labor market and reintroducing research and development into our goals, which the 60 by 30 plan had been silent on. So in late 2020, we launched a partnership between the coordinating board and the Texas Higher Education Foundation to revise and re-examine the statewide strategic plan known then as 60 by 30 Texas. And when we launched that work, we really wanted to ground it deeply in stakeholder engagement. That was really important to us to really understand when we thought about these areas of focus, what were the needs that stakeholders across the state were seeing in their communities as it related to the barriers, the opportunities, and what success looked like when we thought about these focus areas. And so we held 10 virtual regional listing sessions. We partnered with a community college and a university in each of 9 regions across the state. And across those sessions, and then a 10th session in partnership with major metro chambers of commerce. Across those sessions, we had over 500 stakeholders participate, representing higher education, K-12, the business community, the philanthropic community, the nonprofit community. And from them, we really heard a lot of really informative insights around these focus areas, which then led to what is now the Building a Talent Strong Texas plan. So a few of the things that we heard have now been built into the pillars of the plan as we have rolled them out today. So the 3 pillars of the plan are around attainment. So again, maintaining that focus on 60% attainment within our 25 to 34-year-old population. Because one of the things that we heard from our stakeholder engagement was we didn't want to lose focus on that young Texan population and making sure that we're maintaining strong strategies and strong focus around that population. So we've added a second attainment goal of 60% attainment for our working adult population, so 35 to 64. And that really, again, came from the stakeholder engagement and hearing from communities that we wanted to maintain focus on both of those populations and that there may be different strategies for engaging those populations. And the other change here is you'll see the addition of the words or other post-secondary credential of value in addition to degree and certificate. And that was a very intentional change as well. We wanted to have a more inclusive and comprehensive view of the types of credentials that are being awarded to and attained by Texans across the state. So whether that is industry-based certifications, whether that is stackable micro-credentials, whether that is credentials being awarded through continuing executive education, we wanted to continue to evolve our data collection over time to have a more comprehensive view of those credentials that have value in the labor market. And that's a very important piece of this, is filtering that through the lens of value in the labor market. Which leads me to the second pillar of the plan, which is completion of credentials of value. So there's 2 goals here. As y'all know, there was a completion of credentials goal in the 60 by 30 plan. We have amended that to be completion of credentials of value. And this really is the heart of the plan. So Texas is now the first state in the nation to condition our completion goals on ensuring that those credentials have value in the labor market. And here, when we say credential of value, what we mean is, are you better off within 10 years for having attained this credential than you would have been otherwise relative to a high school graduate? So taking cost into account, taking earnings into account, and examining, are you better off? Now, the good news is when we looked at all of the degrees and certificates being awarded across the state, and we took a typical student approach. So for typical cost for that credential, typical earnings for that credential, all of the degrees and certificates being awarded by our public institutions meet that threshold. So for the typical student, that potential value is there for all of the degrees and certificates being awarded by our institutions. Now, it's going to be important to also note that when we start to disaggregate that by institution, by student demographics, there's going to be differentiation in whether that potential value is being achieved by all types of students. But for the statewide goal, we were taking a typical student approach, all of the credentials being awarded met that threshold. The second goal here is around student debt and moving to an approach of looking at the percentage of our students that are graduating either with no debt or with manageable debt, again, in the context of the potential earnings for that credential. So the goal here is 95% of students graduating with either no debt, undergraduate student debt, or manageable debt in the context of their earnings. And what we found is that for our baseline year, we're at 94%, which is great news. So we're well on our way to meeting that goal. Now, again, important to call out here that when we start to look at that, particularly by field and by student demographics, that's going to look different. And so it's important to then focus our resources and our energy on where those students are graduating with high debt in context of their potential earnings and how can we focus resources there to address those challenges. The third area is around research and development. So here, this is an area where not a lot of states have goals around research and development, but in a knowledge-based economy, we recognize that that's critical for us continuing to remain economically competitive as a state. And so we're focused here on increasing our federal and private research expenditures by $1 billion by 2030, and on increasing our research doctoral graduates to 7,500 by 2030. Currently, we're around just shy of 5,500. Both of these areas are important, both for understanding the quality of the research at our institutions and the competitiveness from a commercialization perspective. And within the research doctoral graduates, again, really important here to keep line of sight on how that breaks out by student demographics and particularly by field, making sure that we're continuing to advance there. And then finally, across all of these, making sure that we're renewing our commitment to equity. We all know that Texas grew faster than any state in the nation in the last decade. 95% of that growth came in communities of color. So if we're not advancing these goals equitably, we quite simply can't meet these goals. And so across these, wanting to make sure that we're anchoring this in equity and that we're disaggregating the data by race, by gender, and by income. And so we, as I said, the board adopted that plan in January. We've been rolling it out over the course of the year. We have begun sharing with institutions what their data looks like, particularly around credentials of value and student debt. We are continuing that stakeholder engagement. We're continuing that work to help institutions understand kind of where they are today, and look forward to continuing to share that data with institutions in the coming weeks as we prepare to launch our public data portal, our privileged data portal, and other tools and resources to help institutions make decisions around these goals and on behalf of their students. So with that, I will pause for questions.
I have a Jeff Friels, UT Austin. I have a question, if it's all right.
Hey, Jeff.
So in pertaining to the revised strategic plan, this is a learning technology advisory committee. I'm curious how the commissioner and the board views the role of digital learning within the context of the revised strategic plan, and how they envision, obviously they've created a vision of digital learning, and that says quite a bit. But I would just like to hear more from the perspective of those leaders like Commissioner Keller and the board about how they view digital learning in the context of higher education in the state.
Thank you, Jeff. And I think that's a great question. So, I certainly never want to speak explicitly on behalf of the commissioner. At the same time, I do know that this is a priority, particularly, I think we have seen, with this focus on working age Texans, we know that there's additional flexibility that is needed by working age Texans in order to attain credentials. And that's not exclusive to working age Texans, right? That's not exclusive to adult learners. I think it's particularly important for adult learners who are working full-time, who have families, who have other responsibilities that they are juggling, and that digital learning is increasingly important for that population. But I think if there's anything that the last couple of years have shown us, is that digital learning has an incredibly important role to play at the core of academic experiences for all types of students. And that the more that we can be intentionally integrating high quality digital learning experiences for all types of students, the better we're able to serve all types of students.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely. Other questions, reflections?
This is Jacqueline Mock at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. So as a follow-up to Jeff's question, do you think then that the desire and the strategic plan elements begin to think differently about what the charge for LTAC will be?
That's a great question. I
would just ask that you think about it. There are any of a number of advisory committees that have, been as part of advisory groups to the coordinating board. whether it's programmatic, whether it's educational level. Rightly so, the coordinating board has the authority to do that. And I think more or less we still live with an interesting and time-dependent charge. And so I just offer it as an observation. If you take a look at time spent on important issues, if that's within the jurisdiction, just I would say put it down as food for thought.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. And I think it's incredibly important for us to continue to be mindful and intentional about the ways in which we engage our partners at institutions. And I think, one of the things that has been a priority for the commissioner, both within the Building a Talent Strong Texas plan and just more generally in how we think about the work of the agency, is moving us in the direction of being a thought partner, a resource, and an advocate for Texas higher education. And so the more that we have opportunities to directly engage with you and your colleagues across our institutions, the better we're able to meet that goal and meet that mission, both again, within the context of the Building a Talent Strong Texas plan, but also just in how we engage with the field as an agency.
Patrick, I have a comment. So this is Luke Dowden from Alamo Colleges District. Thanks for being with us, Melissa. I had made this request in May, and I'm just making it again, that if you can help us to continue to understand what is a credential value, what's included and what's not. There are some of us that are deeply engaged in micro-credential, micro-pathway work. We're heavily involved with employer partners, and we want to know how all of those things align, right? So we're very much focused on economic and social mobility for members of our community in San Antonio, but we know there are others on the call and beyond that are doing the work. So helping to clarify credentials of value, and even in parameters, right? I'm not asking you to respond today, but the more you can engage our group, I think we can help be advocates for the plan and for good practice, and as well as sharing how we're best partnering with workforce and employer partners.
Absolutely. No, and I think that's a really important point. And again, I go back to, as we prepare to launch the various data portals, so the public data portal, the privileged data portal, and the secure data enclave, that will allow stakeholders, including institutions, particularly the privileged data portal and the secure data enclave, to see your own institutional data knit together in this way, is going to continue to give you and your colleagues better line of sight into what the data is telling us about the credentials for which we have that data, right? So I think it's an important caveat that we can reflect that back to institutions today for degrees and certificates. It's going to require additional evolution of our data to be able to reflect that back to institutions for the types of credentials that you're referencing. There are things for which we have that data today, and there are things for which we don't, right? But we're really trying to look at this in a data-driven way, bringing in that UI wage data with the actual wage experience for students to understand what is the actual wage experience for students earning various types of credentials. And again, to where I started this conversation of, we want to continue to broaden that so that, our partners on the ground, Luke, like you and others, understand what that wage experience looks like for your students for the earning those credentials. So the more that we can continue to bring that data into dialogue and reflect that back to you in a timely and actionable way, the better insight you're going to have to answer that question.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, thank y'all again for having me this morning. I'm happy to answer any other questions, or I'm also happy to let you carry on with your agenda on this Friday morning.
Thanks, Melissa. Are there other questions quickly? I know you have somewhere else to be soon, Melissa, so we don't want to make you late.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend. And thank you again for having me this morning. Take care. Bye-bye.
Kyla, I just might note that you are far away from the mic, and so you fade in and out.
I think is this better? or, okay, I have to be on top of the mic apparently, so I will do that. Okay, so next up, we have a few updates from Jessica Acton, who of course is Program Director in Academic and Health Affairs. She's going to talk to us about community college baccalaureate degrees, about state authorization reciprocity agreements, and about proposed changes to the Texas Administrative Code around program approval. And Jessica, I'm going to let you decide what order you want to talk to about those things in.
Thank you, Kyla. Good morning. It's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I do have 3 updates for you. The first update I'm going to start with is the community college baccalaureates. Since your last update in May, we have received 1 additional proposal. That's from St. Philip's College. It's for the Alamo District, and it's for a BAT in cybersecurity. This program will have a distance education component. Right now, we're not sure if that will be classified as fully online or hybrid. The institution is still making that determination. The proposal will need to go before the board for final review as the costs exceed $2 million. There's only 1 other proposal under review right now, and that's from Navarro College. It's a hybrid baccalaureate of science and nursing. And this one will be going to the October board meeting later this month for final review and approval. And this will be the first community college baccalaureate that will be going before the board. So those of you at colleges, you may have an interest in tuning into that meeting and see what the discussion there is. And finally, for community college baccalaureates, we have a reporting cycle coming up. Colleges report on their programs by January 1st of each odd numbered year. And we are quickly approaching January 1st, 2023, if you can believe it. So colleges will be receiving instructions and a link to that data survey in the next week or 2. And I will pause there. Any questions about the community college baccalaureates? Okay, moving on. So the next update is for state authorization reciprocity agreements. Sarah, so I think the biggest thing to know is that Dr. Lori Williams has stepped down as president and CEO of NC-SARA. Dr. Marianne Boki is serving as the interim. A permanent replacement should be in place by May 2023. Those of you who serve as SARA contacts for your institutions are probably familiar with Marianne. She has served as a point of contact for the annual data reporting. She leads training webinars, or you may have received email updates from her. So we're in good hands until a permanent replacement is found. The next update for Sarah, I believe I sound like a broken record on this one, but we have a new version of the SARA policy manual. It's available on the NC-SARA website. There was a major policy change to section 8.2, which is on policy modification. This has been under review and discussion for quite a while now. I'm not sure exactly how long, but we finally have one. The major policy change to be aware of is that any changes to the policy, SARA policy, now have to have approval from each of the 4 regional compacts in addition to the NC-SARA board. Previously, the regional compacts did not review or approve those modifications. So that's an important change that will help ensure alignment with that unifying document among the regional compacts, which is kind of an underlying philosophy for SARA. And as institutions, you should be aware of the procedural changes that are going to happen with this new policy. NC-SARA is going to start publishing each year a calendar with timelines and dates for each step in the policy modification process. And NC-SARA is actually going to start collecting feedback and comments and suggestions for policy modifications from the stakeholders, including institutions. Previously, those comments from institutions were filtered through the state portal entity. So I was receiving all of the wonderful feedback and passing that along to NC-SARA. So this will be different. We'll have a centralized entity to collect all that feedback. And my favorite piece of this new policy modification process is there will be a public comment period. So any proposed changes will be posted for public comment. So institutions can comment, attorneys general, you name it, we'll have comments for it. So that's another piece to really helpful to engage the entire field. And speaking of Marianne Boki, NC Sarah is hosting its data report release webinar on October 13th. That is coming up, but you can still register for that webinar on NC Sarah's website. The webinar will go over findings of the latest data report. And just a reminder, you can view the report and play with the interactive data dashboards. Those are available on the NC Sarah website. If you haven't taken a look at those interactive data dashboards, I highly recommend it. They're kind of fun to play with. You can create all kinds of fun charts and graphs and really dig down into that data. The final update for Sarah, Department of Education. I'm sure you all already know this because it's been a while since you've received an update. But the problematic language from issue paper number 6, certification procedures, was delayed. If you recall, that was the language about professional licensure and reciprocity. The department will not release the proposed rules for public comment until next spring. So we have some breathing room on that. So stay tuned on that issue as well. And that is all I have for Sarah. So I'm happy to pause again and see if there are any questions. Okay, fantastic.
Jessica, I had a quick question. Sorry, I was having trouble turning my mic on. One of the items that was of interest was the adoption of the 21st century guidelines, more or less principles of good practice for NC Sarah participating institutions. Currently or previously, CRAC guidelines for quality distance education programs were used. There was consideration of moving to 21st century guidelines. Then it was tabled. I just wondered if you could provide us an update on the status of changing which guidelines will be used going forward.
Absolutely, and I'm afraid I don't have much of an update other than NC Sarah convened a work group of various stakeholders from regional compacts, states, institutions to take a look at incorporating those changes. So we'll have to wait and see. More to come on that, and the work group is going through and working on that. So we should have something, I would hope, next year.
Thank you. And just as a reminder to all of our committee members, why that is particularly relevant to us is that in our PGP, our Principles of Good Practice Guidelines document, we reference and actually created a crosswalk to standards that are in several other guideline instruments, including CRAC, including the OLC quality scorecard, including SAC COC standards related to distance education. So if those were to change for NC Sarah from CRAC to something else, that would be of interest to us to make sure we're still aligned in terms of the PGP document. So just wanted to mention that. Many of you already know that, but I wanted to make sure everybody had that bit of information. Again, thank you, Jessica, for the update.
Of course. Okay, if there's no more questions, I'll move on to my last update. Okay. So Elizabeth couldn't be here today, but she asked for me to give you all an update on changes to the Texas Administrative Code regarding program approval. So since your last update in May, the coordinating board has drafted a new set of rules to revise and replace the current rule on approval of certificates, baccalaureate, master's, and doctoral degree programs. Part of this work included engaging with stakeholders from public institutions. They provided some excellent feedback during the drafting process. Those new rules were actually posted to the Texas Register on July 22nd. And comments were received from several universities and a couple systems. Those comments, as well as coordinating board response, will be included in the materials for the October Committee on Academic and Workforce Success and board meetings. Those materials will also include the proposed rule. If the board approves these rules, we're looking at a September 1st, 2023 effective date for the majority of the changes. So you can read through the materials, which again will be posted on the coordinating board website, or you can stream the meetings as they happen on October 26th and 27th. If you have not yet reviewed those proposed rules and you're interested in doing so, you can definitely visit the Texas Register. They are archived in the July 22nd post for public comment. That's all I have for the update on the new rules. I'm very happy to answer questions if you all have any.
Jessica, I had a question. Jeff Friels, UT Austin again. Those are going to be considered by the board. When is the board meeting to consider those?
The 26th and 27th of this month. So
Of
just
this
a couple weeks. Mhm.
And so then the comments and board or THECB response will be posted ahead of that. How much ahead of that approximately?
I don't have a firm date on that. Kyla or Andrew, do you know when board materials are posted? I would think it would be soon. I can definitely double check and let Kyla and Andrew know and get back to you on that.
Great, thank you.
Jessica, this is Jacqueline Mock. Can you remind us again from a process standpoint? Does the board take a look at both the proposed rule change and take action in a single meeting, or is there a time lapse in meetings between the discussion at the public board meeting and the adoption of new rules?
My understanding is that they will be having their discussion and adopting the rules on the 27th, or not adopting the rules and requesting modifications. So,
all right. So similar to other actions, the first conversation from a board standpoint is actually in cause, and then
yes,
following cause, it will go to the full board for discussion and action, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And those meetings are one day apart, correct?
They are, yes, they're back to back. 27th. Wait, I'm so sorry. What did I? The 27th and 28th.
So I think it's the cause is on the 26th and
26th
on
and
the 27th.
Thank you, Kyla. I know I just said it, but it left my brain, so thanks.
Happens.
Okay.
Are there other questions for Jessica? Oh.
Okay, well, I appreciate y'all having me this morning. I hope you have a great rest of your meeting.
Thanks, Jessica. Okay, and the last update is going to come from me. I will give the digital learning update. I'm hoping that you all can hear me at this point and that I can also see my notes at the same time. See how this goes. So we will likely give a more detailed update on the projects that were funded by GEAR, the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, at our next quarterly LTAC meeting. But I want to give just sort of a brief overview of some of the things that we've been doing with GEAR funding in particular, and start with some of the research that's been done, and then talk about what sorts of programs and projects came out of that research. So we did a user design research engagement with the University of Texas at Austin School of Design and Creative Technologies. And I think at a previous meeting, some members of that team came in and spoke a little bit about that research. That included focus groups with faculty, administrators, students, as well as video interviews. We also did a faculty experience survey about digital learning, which we got about 3,000 faculty responses to that survey. And then we have done some other research that is more specific to open educational resources. So of course we have our biennial landscape survey where we survey all of the institutions in the state about the use and adoption of OER. Recently, we've taken some of that data and expanded upon it to do a regional analysis where we've looked at the various regions in Texas and where OER is being used. What institutions are far ahead, what institutions are beginners, that sort of thing. And we found some very interesting things in that there is no one region where, or several regions where there are experts, and then several regions where there are institutions aren't using OER. In fact, the use of OER is very widespread across the state, and in every region, there are institutions that are kind of far ahead in their OER use and institutions that are just beginning. So that should inform some of our future projects and around OER use. We've also done an Oer Content Gap Analysis where we looked at courses that lead to majors in high needs fields, like healthcare, for example, and looked at the OER that is available with it for those particular courses, those sort of introductory courses in those majors, and where there is sort of a spread of OER available and where there is not. So the results of both the regional analysis and the content gap analysis will be coming out probably later this year. We'll have more information about that, but those are some of the research projects that we've been working on in order to inform some of our programming. So we've tried to support and serve institutions in the ways that the research has directed us. And one of the things that was really important that came out of the research was professional development. We just finished up the second annual Open Texas Conference, which is a statewide conference and actually ended up being a national and international conference around open educational resources. We had over 1,000 people register for that conference. And it took place September 21st through the 23rd, where the community came together to talk about their use of open educational resources, and specifically around the labor of OER was the theme of the conference. So that was all of the videos for that conference and things are going to be available within the OER Texas repository if you're interested in looking back at any of the sessions. We've also done professional development academies around OER in particular. We did a digital learning summit over the summer, which I think we talked about previously. We did a celebration week for OER Texas, which is the statewide OER repository. That was just last week, I believe. And so OER Texas has turned 2 years old. And we did some workshops around the use of the repository in general, the use of the open author tool, and a panel with faculty who have been using the repository for their courses and giving some advice about the best ways to go about doing that. Upcoming, we're planning on a Texas Digital Learning Week to coincide with the US or the National Distance Learning Week, where we'll have some panels and workshops and various programming to celebrate digital learning in Texas. And that will include celebrating our institutions and the work that's being done there. So I would keep an eye out for calls for participation in that week, which of course is in November. I believe it's the 7th through the 11th this year. Another thing that's coming out of gear is a Texas Open Educational Resources Playbook. So it became clear in some of the research that some institutions have much more support and resources to sort of put towards OER programming than others. And so we wanted to help sort of provide some resources and mentorship for institutions who are just starting out with their OER programming. So this OER playbook will be a text that will support institutions in building capacity and driving systems change around OER. It was written and peer reviewed by members of the Texas OER community. And it will be coming out in relatively soon, fall, winter of this year. And it will be available for free and openly licensed on the OER Texas repository. And a couple more things that came out of GEAR. One was the Digital Design for Student Success project, which was it had the aim of establishing a partnership of Texas colleges and universities who have track records in innovation around digital learning and student success. And the idea was that we would, with those institutions, develop, deploy, and scale high quality introductory courses using open educational resources, using this insights from the science of learning and development, and then a commitment to ongoing research and improvement. So we partnered with Rice University, Texas A&M University, and the University of Texas at Austin, faculty from each of those institutions to redesign some introductory courses, all ACGM courses that, and with including elements of high quality digital learning within those courses, and creating materials that will be openly licensed and available in the OER Texas repository. So the idea was that these faculty would of course work together, that we would look at what sorts of elements would, if included in a course, could further student success, especially around digital learning. And we hope that we will continue to sort of expand upon this and also research the outcomes of these faculty's courses and also other faculty who adopt the resources that were created. And the last thing that I'll talk about that's upcoming is the Open Educational Resources Nursing Essentials Project. So you may remember that we entered into a discovery phase of this project with OpenStax a while back, where we got input from nursing faculty and administrators about the new essentials curriculum from the American Association of Colleges of Nursing, and looking at whether or not it would be feasible to create open educational resources that sort of align to that curriculum for nursing courses. We did a planning phase of that project, also in partnership with OpenStax, looking at what sort of OER was already available, meeting with nursing faculty and administrators, and we released an RFP for the implementation phase, which would be the actual creation of those materials. And that was released in fall of 2022. And so the implementation phase is upcoming. And as soon as we contract with a vendor, and the plan is for that to be finished, within the next few weeks, but these things take time. And so the idea will be, of course, to design and develop those OER around that essentials curriculum. So I can take any questions about any of those things that I mentioned, if there are any. And if not, I'll hand it back over to Patrick.
Thank you, Kyla. You can tell there's absolutely a truckload of activity and effort going into OER. It's pretty remarkable to see over the last few years how that has shifted. Major grant programs, tons of resources, networking activities, conferences. So applause to the coordinating board and Kyla, your leadership and work on it. It's just amazing to see it unfold like it has. So congratulations on your success along those lines. And I was told that Alicia Lloyd joined us much earlier, probably 20 minutes after we started or so. So just wanted to welcome her to the meeting and give her an opportunity to tell us where she's from and how long she has served on LTAC.
I'm with Lamar State College Orange, and this is I'm going on my second year, I guess. I think I joined last year at some point.
Very good. Thank you, Alicia, and welcome. All right, we have finished with Thcb updates, and item 10 is the 2021 Institutional Distance Learning and Learning Technology Survey results. This is a very brief update. I am working with Assistant Commissioner Singh and CB staff to see how to incorporate this information into a new larger DL report. And we're beginning to focus on a timeline for the next iteration and administration of this type of survey. And also keeping in mind that with the data modernization project, an interest in being able to administrate this type of survey internal to the CB and provide avenues eventually where it could be something that individuals update rather than having to start from scratch each iteration, since we are looking at continuing this process going forward. Yeah, we're looking at the time. It's 11:20 right now, and we've been here sitting for an hour and 20 minutes. So we'd like to take a 10-minute break and come back at what time? Say 11:30. So it's about an 8-minute break. So stretch your legs, refresh yourselves, and we will reconvene at 11:30. Welcome back, everyone. If you would, as you return, please go ahead and turn your camera on and make sure your mics are still on mute. Dr. Mock, do you have a question?
I do, thank you. I was wondering if we could slightly adjust the order of the agenda. We have lots of important things to talk about. This is a very weighty meeting, but given the discussion about the timeline for the rule changes in this first phase that went through and the upcoming discussion that we have on item number 13, which is also then pivotal to potentially how we think about restructuring the learning technology survey and other issues. I was hoping that we could move up item 13 now.
Yes, we talked about this briefly about that possibility, and it is at my discretion unless there are any objections to move up items 13 and 14, which is the discussion of the proposed rule changes and the consideration of possible action ahead of items 11 and 12, which are the course sharing among institutions of higher ed and online proctoring topics. So if there are no objections, we will go ahead and proceed with item 13. Any objections to doing that?
Thank you.
I can't see any. Marianne? No. All right. Thank you, Dr. Mock. Appreciate it. So moving forward to item 13, and Jeff, you're going to be on deck here. I'm going to give a brief introduction here. And then, of course, co-chair of the subcommittee that has been working on this will present to you. You should have received a PowerPoint in your materials for this meeting, something like this, a blue background, and he'll go through that. But this is important work that we've been engaging in as LTAC and as a subcommittee since June of 2011, when there was the creation of a subcommittee to review the rules on distance education, definitions, and standards, and with an opportunity to change it in the actual rules that are approved by the board. We've had this opportunity before. I believe it was in 2009 when subchapter P and Q were created. They were actually consolidated before that. They were split up. There were some changes made to definitions, and we have this opportunity to revise those. The work began in June 2011 by forming 3 different work groups within that subcommittee, looking at data, looking at definitions, and looking at program approval. Those groups had some meaningful discussions, brought ideas back. I don't think there were any artifacts produced except with Jeff Friel's subcommittee on definitions, looking and pulling together all the different definitions that we see for distance education in state, federal, regional accrediting body guidelines. And then we consolidated our efforts and started meeting as the full subcommittee on DE standards. And that work was moving along, concentrating primarily on the definitions piece of it. We had talked about doing a survey with stakeholders, starting perhaps just with our own representative institutions, and then moving forward with bringing that information back. However, in the meantime, and this would be in the April of this year timeframe, we understood that there was a parallel process, actually one that moved ahead of us in terms of priority for the coordinating board around the rule changes you heard earlier related to new program proposal, not distance learning. So when they architected what that would include, they carved out distance learning would be separate, and we would be the ones that would be providing those recommendations from this subcommittee from LTAC. We continued meeting into the summer. We got revised guidelines for when, in fact, we needed to produce something, understanding there are other pieces of this that really whatever we draft in terms of a framework and rule language is really just the beginning. It goes to the Office of General Counsel to make sure it's legally sufficient, to cross-reference other statutes and rules to make sure they're not in conflict, or that in case changes need to be made, they can be. It goes to the governor's office. And again, these are recommendations to the commissioner to inform him. That is our role. So we don't really have any ownership of what is going to be in the final rule, but we're a very, very important voice in making those recommendations. So this work is not to be taken lightly. It has consequences for all of us, all of our institutions. And I think the thing that has helped me and our committee members with this is focusing on the goal of making sure that students in Texas, or that we serve as Texas institutions, have the best possible learning experience when it comes to using technology and to online delivery of it. And so in the framework that we'll review in a moment, you'll see some of that it is, gosh, this is a new thing that we're going to be reporting on and confirming what is and it isn't. As a core document, the principles of good practice for electronically delivered courses and programs was a product of LTAC, or benefited greatly from a revision to that document. It's been around since at least the late 90s, but a comprehensive update, which then created a crosswalk to other guidelines that we are also beholden to, such as CRAC, which I mentioned earlier, which is the NC-SARA guidelines related to online quality and program approval, if you will. SAC-COC, online learning quality scorecard, those types of things. In fact, if you're a member of NC-SARA, which I believe most institutions represented on this call are, that your chief academic officer has to certify an initial each time you renew your membership that you are adhering to the CRAC guidelines, like item by item. Doesn't ask you how you're doing that. And I think that may be an important component to what you're going to hear being proposed in terms of how we approve institutions, perhaps rather than programs for distance learning, and not in a sense that it is a gotcha or a barrier, but rather a community of experts, of whom you are many of them, working together to support institutions to make sure that they are bringing the services and resources necessary to their institutions to deliver quality distance learning. Again, focusing on benefiting the experience of our students. So again, this is our opportunity to influence this in our recommendation. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff to walk us through the framework that we are proposing for these rules. And then we will entertain questions. And then the next item is possible action on approving this for the subcommittee to move forward with. So with that, Jeff, the floor is yours.
Hi again, everyone. So as Patrick mentioned, you should have received an email earlier this week with an attachment with the PowerPoint file that I'm going to be referencing. It's got a blue background and 11 slides, I believe. And I'll name the slides as I'm going through, just so you can keep track of what I've mentioned, what I'm talking about. Patrick's already mentioned a lot of the context behind where this came from. I would add that, you know, it was Patrick and I also in consultation with Dr. Singh and Kyla and Dr. Lofters at the coordinating board we've been working on this framework when back in August, we went to the full subcommittee that's considering the distance ed definitions and standards and said, hey, we'd like to put together this little subgroup to work on a framework that we can present to LTAC in October. And that committee said, go for it. And that's what we've been working on here today. So I'm going to walk us through some of the particulars around that and how that's going to work and what our thinking is at the time. So on slide 2, you'll see the rule. Yes.
So we have some new members, and
Yes.
just in full transparency, they may not understand because some of us have been in the middle of this, why we chose to do what we did from a process standpoint, because I know we're trying to take some actions. So can you just go back and explain for those who had not been in the middle of it, what the decision point was that
Sure.
shifted from the full group to why we had a smaller group in August? I mean, I know it because
Sure.
I participated, but if I'm from a point of view of, gosh, I'm either brand new or I wasn't a part of the work groups, then that doesn't make sense. So do you mind just taking an extra 2 minutes and say, actually, we have subgroups, here's why we needed to pivot. Thank you.
No problem. And in fact, I'll go back a little further. So the reason this whole thing started is because the rules as they appear in the Texas Administrative Code, I believe were crafted in about 2009, 2010, around that zone. As y'all know, working in the field of digital learning, that's an eternity ago. And so a lot of the rules are not quite obsolete, but they're at least dated. So that's number one. Number two is a lot of the issues pertaining to distance education reporting are really inconsistent across the different bodies we all have to report to. So for example, IPEDS, NC-SARA, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board are the 3 major bodies that most of our institutions report to. And those reporting, the things that we have to report are different across all 3. And that creates challenges on a number of levels for institutions and for being able to come up with useful data at any of those levels that we can leverage for improving the state of digital learning. So around the spring of 2021, the Division of Digital Learning called together a committee. We were meeting for a while, and then we were considering next steps about a year later, and that's when coordinating board's staff came forward and said that's when the notion of the program approval rules that were posted in the Texas Register in July, when those came out, it became clear that the coordinating board has a process in mind for how a lot of rule changes are going to take place over the next few months, year or so. And so around July, it became clear to the larger subcommittee that we were actually going to have to move relatively quickly to fit with council, the Office of General Counsel at the coordinating board, their timeline for getting rules drafted, vetted by council, vetted by the governor's office, as you can see on on slide 2 from the PowerPoint. It has to go through all of those procedures in order before it can get to a point where it's posted to the Texas Register, go through the 30-day comment period, and then be voted on by the full coordinating board, hopefully in April. And so because we weren't really aware of that timeline, at least not as it interacted with this idea of amending distance ed rules. So when it became clear in July or so that they had a timeline that was kind of accelerated from our perspective, we realized we needed to do a lot of work in a relatively short period of time. And so the larger subcommittee came together and we said, hey, if we're going to do something on this, we're going to have to do it quickly. Probably a good way to do this is to pull together a subgroup of people that are involved in the subcommittee, and we're just going to spend a lot of time over the next month and a half, it's been, I think, talking about working through the rules. And so that's what we've done as a work group, which is we've gone through the Texas Administrative Code rule by rule, and we've talked about the implications of each and where there needs to be revisions and how that fits in the larger scope of digital learning as we're moving forward into this whatever post-COVID landscape is emerging. And that was the genesis of all this, is that we needed to do something quickly. And so it was beneficial to do that in a smaller group. And I will note for y'all, we've spent quite a few hours meeting about this, about 3 to 4 hours every Friday for the last 4 to 5 weeks, I think it's been. So we spent a lot of time carving out this framework and talking about this stuff, this smaller group. And so that was the idea, was that we needed to do something fast. And the best way to do that was in a small group so that we could carve out some ideas about how we might move forward. So that was the genesis of all of this.
Yeah, so, that's a great summary. And just, again, I think for those of us who came from a different point in the larger group, I think the fair thing to emphasize in there for the full context and transparency.
Jacqueline, we
for
lost your
LTAC.
audio.
Is that back on?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Jacqueline.
Okay.
Right.
Was that because we had parallel trains, and actually the LTAC committee was working ahead, had no idea that the commission was actually going to be doing rule changes. We have interlocking processes.
Jacqueline, hold on just a second. We need to stop for a technical difficulty. I apologize. So
Justin,
hold that
can you
thought.
hear me? Can you hear me, Justin?
You mean me?
Charlene, I can hear you.
Yes.
Right, because I think those of us online, we're able to hear. I think it's you at the coordinating board are having issues.
Our stream stopped. So for open meeting reasons, we have to make sure that we have the stream back up before we continue. So please stand by. We don't have a special screen to hold up for that. All right, we have an update for everyone. It seems that the wireless access points on this floor are all inoperable right now. They are trying to reboot them for us. They estimate it'll take 10 minutes to find out if that is working or if it is part of a larger problem. The issue is that we are unable to stream from the laptop that has been used here for doing that, and therefore we can't conduct official business because we are not.
Patrick, the meeting is still being live streamed on YouTube.
That's news to us in the room, I believe, right?
So just for point of clarification, the meeting is still being live streamed currently on YouTube as we speak.
We're looking for local confirmation of these external facts.
We've confirmed with 2 other locations in the meeting that it is being streamed on YouTube at this time.
Local confirmation may be to use your cell phone to confirm it in the room.
Yeah, I dropped off the Wi-Fi here too. So how is it possible?
And Patrick, your microphone is on.
Is it possible to break for lunch to allow them to figure this out?
It is possible. We're trying to determine if it is in fact a problem, since somehow miraculously you can see the stream, though we're not sure how it can be getting there from the Wi-Fi computer that's disconnected.
Is it possible the stream is going through a hard line that's still active? Because your camera's working and YouTube's carrying the stream. Maybe y'all just got disconnected on your devices.
Yes, we believe that to be the case, Jeff, that Mary Ann, who was running the meeting here on a laptop connected to Wi-Fi, is no longer in that meeting. And so we couldn't work out our breakout groups and stuff, but the main stream is on a wired computer in the corner that is not streamed, the main Zoom session that is then connected to the live stream. So we're getting confirmation we should be okay to go. Sorry, stand by one moment. Okay, we have a thumbs up that it's okay to proceed. So Jacqueline, if by any chance you were actually able to remember that thought through all of that, please go ahead and proceed.
So thank you. And Jeff, I really appreciate the recap for the entire group, because if you're in the middle of it or you saw one episode and not another episode, we might not be tracking. But I think it is that confluence of the work that LTAC had been doing in this committee and had thought about it conceptually, what the big pivot, my interpretation of this, and Patrick and Jeff, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that when the rule change for the program proposals were issued in July, that started to articulate a different path forward. So when the committee met in August to say, wow, this is a different way of thinking about how do we enhance definitions and the concept of how we should be thinking about distance education, It went from a broad discussion with distinct subgroups to a really significant change from process, which is to say, let's go to the rules, right? So the framework for understanding went from let's think about data, let's think about program approval, to really switching in its entirety to let's go into the Texas Administrative Code, look specifically at those issues that tie to distance education, and can we achieve the same aim by coming in through a different pathway? And that's part of our discussions. That's my understanding of why we're here, and really having this accelerated conversation about what potentially could go into the proposed rule change. And I just wanted to provide that context to the full LTAC, because that's going to drive, I think, Jeff, how you're going to do the presentation, right? You're going to look at it from a point of view of the rule change and where it applies in the rules. Did I capture that correctly, either Jeff or Patrick?
I believe so. What I would add, if you look forward to slide 4 on the slide titled implementation, you'll see that this discussion of the rules, that's really just the first stage of a larger process whereby the manner in which the coordinating board considers things related to distance education is going to be modified. Now, I'm going to talk about those modifications specifically, but I think it's really important to point out that the rules themselves are just the starting point, and the rules need to be framed in a way that's not overly prescriptive. It leaves some flexibility for process things that are going to come into place later, which LTAC will have a key role in determining. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that the rules I'm talking about today, they go through, and then they go to the Texas Register, and there's a comment period, and the board approves them. Well, that's when the work begins of actually carving out a process whereby these things are going to be operationalized in practice. And LTAC is going to have a lot of input on that. So the rules themselves are not all inclusive of everything that's going to happen in terms of how these processes and procedures are modified. And so, and that is also kind of a change, because we're recognizing that as we're going in and changing the Texas Administrative Code, that you have to be sort of limited, because you want to make sure there retains some flexibility within the rules, if that makes sense. Sarah, did you have a question?
I did, yes, thank you. And Jacqueline and Jeff, just thank you for giving that extended context. I came onto LTAC last year, and so some of these things I had heard a little bit about, but I really needed this to help me understand the conversation better. I'm wondering about the PowerPoint that you sent. Who were the members on the group that worked on putting that together? Can you share that information?
The stuff on the PowerPoint was put together and vetted and discussed by me, by Patrick, by Michelle, Kyla, and Andrew at different stages. Because again, we met a lot, and not everybody was in every single meeting, but those 5 of us were the ones who were involved at some stage of the process. And I'm the one who actually created the PowerPoint, but it was in consultation with everyone.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So,
and Jeff, just one more little bit of context there. I think that Jacqueline's observations about how it has worked are clarifying. One more bit of information, making it as simple as I can. We had a ton of conversations in the 15 months leading up to this actual building the framework. And so how I see the role of Jeff and myself in this was being the writers to take all of those conversations, synthesize that information, and reflect it in this framework as we step through the rules one by one. So it wasn't anything ad hoc or new that we were introducing into this product in the framework. It was really taking the representative consensus of here's what we are concerned about and want to address, and putting it into writing so that we could consider it and go forward. So, and again, CB staff were involved, but really it was Jeff and I as chair and co-chair doing the primary thought leadership on it and the representation of the rest of the subcommittee. So I said simple, I went on longer than I planned to. Jeff, I'm going to let you continue with the presentation now. And then of course, we'll answer more questions at the end. Thank you.
So I'm back to slide 2 on rule change timeline, and this is the larger timeline that the Office of General Counsel has articulated needs to be followed in order to get any proposed rules in front of the full coordinating board by their April meeting. So, and I would reference the November 14th date, and you'll see on the next slide on committee process, our goal is to have a full draft of whatever rule changes we're going to propose to the Office of General Counsel by November 7th. So it's October 7th, so that's 1 month from today is our goal. And I think as I go through the framework and discuss it, there are some things we've taken the time to actually sketch out into what a proposed rule might look like. And there are some other things that we haven't gotten to the point where we've started to draft a proposed rule. But we wanted to have this discussion today, and that's why it's called a framework, because we don't have the full text of the rules yet. But I think we've reached sort of a consensus on how we want to move forward in what the ultimately the proposal will look like. So I'm moving ahead to slide 4, and this references what I said a minute ago, which is that this is just the first stage of a process whereby we're considering how we recommend to the coordinating board how digital learning distance ed will be handled moving forward. So right now it's drafting revised rules, and then once we get to a stage where those rules have been posted to the register, there's that comment period, and revisions are made at that point, and then they go to the full coordinating board for a vote. And assuming the board approves, that's when the work would begin, primarily here in LTAC, to actually carve out things like templates and actual procedures and documentation. How does that overlap with things like CBM reporting that institutions have to submit every year to the coordinating board? So some of the more detailed on the ground questions pertaining to stuff will be dealt with in that phase, and into round 3, into carving out the new procedures that are going to be related to the rules. And so I will also, another thing to point out here is that a lot of what I'm going to discuss here is rooted in the principles of good practice. It's got a much longer name. We refer to it generally as the PGP, or Principles of Good Practice in Distance Education. That was first crafted by this committee in 2019. And at that time, when it was recommended by LTAC to the coordinating board, it was recommended that those principles be revisited in 3 years' time. That was 2019. It's 2022 now. So according to that recommendation, the PGP is sort of up for review. And it's important to point out that PGP was a multi-year effort by people on this committee in collaboration with other folks. They did this crosswalk, but as Patrick mentioned before, but it's worth reemphasizing that a crosswalk was created between the principles in the PGP and standards, practices, and things from Quality Matters, from SAC-COC, from NC-SARA, from the Online Learning Consortium scorecard. All of those things were part of how that document came together. And so moving on to slide 5, what are we actually talking about here? So it just in general, did you have a question, Jacqueline?
Yeah, I have a process question.
Sure.
And again, because you did such a great job, Jeff, just explaining where we've been in the past. I really appreciate the hard work that Michelle led when she was an LTAC member. you know, the opportunity to really hear the voice of different people, sharing drafts, things like that. So people are actually seeing language that is coming forward. Again, I appreciate the timeline complexity here and the need to be clear about if we want to make these changes, here's our opportunity. So the process question is, as you start to explain this, and I'm not asking for group editing, please don't mistake me. I'm not asking for group editing. But is it the intent of the co-chairs, the chair and the co-chair, that we're actually going to be able to see something? Are we allowed as an LTAC to say, here's where we're going to see the proposed red line changes? So as you see, you know, I see the summary in here, and I just didn't understand what the expectations would be. Whether you and Patrick are thinking about sharing a red line version of here where the rule changes are going, or you're asking for strictly the framework, and it is only the co-chairs that are really going to be working with board staff to hammer out what the language and the rule change would be. Because you're going to ask for a decision downstream. So I just want to make sure I'm clear in my head what we'll be looking at and voting on from a recommendation standpoint. And thank you. Again,
so we are
group editing, but
we are going to ask for the LTAC to vote today. I will say, you know, from my personal standpoint, I would love for there to be maximum transparency about all of this. As it pertains to something like this, however, there are restrictions because of state law around how those types of things can be considered. So I don't know if I would have to defer to board staff on this, but I'm not sure that there's necessarily going to be a sort of thing where we have a document and here are all the proposed rules and we send them to everybody and everybody gets a chance to see them. I don't know that that's even legal. So, or fits within the time frame that we have. So I would have to defer to board staff as far as that piece of the procedure. But I will tell you from my perspective, and I think I speak for Patrick, I mean, we would love there to be as much transparency as is legally possible. I'm just not sure what we're going to be allowed to do. So,
and just a reminder that this is a framework that we will be seeking approval of today. The actual rules we've recommended based on this framework, what should be changed. But again, that is going to be completed in consultation with OGC. And so when you ask, will the full committee be able to see the rules before they go forward to be voted on? The full LTAC committee, I don't believe would. The subcommittee, I think, could be able to, and assuming that that delegation is made today by LTAC for the subcommittee to move it forward, then we could meet our timeline and also have, but now again, it would not be probably the final rules, because at the time that, well, the final rules, the rules that we put forward, there are still additional levels of revision possible after it leaves our hands. It is a recommendation, not voting on the actual language that goes forward. And I've probably terribly muddied the waters, and I will defer to CB staff about what is possible, because again, I think we're all on the same page. We want to make sure that this is a representative document that represents the best interest of students in our roles as advocates and leaders for distance learning in Texas.
So, and Andrew, you can jump in at any time too, but of course, because of the Open Meetings Act, I don't think it will be possible to meet again as a full LTAC, just because of timing. There has to be posting in the Texas Register and all of that before the November 7th deadline. I think that's the idea of sort of delegating that that authority, or that the authority to move forward these rules to the subcommittee, which is made up of LTAC members, of course, but is also involves and includes people from outside of LTAC, from other institutions, to make sure that there's a representation of all types of institutions in the state. So yeah, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, and I think the other issue that when I was listening to what how it was being described, maybe that you could see it. I think there would be a problem trying to email it out to the entire LTAC and then trying to have an email conversation, because what would happen is that would violate the Open Meeting Act rules. You would have to do that within public forum, so that, you know, in adherence to those Open Meeting Act law. So I think that was my concern also, you know, and in trying to adhere with the time frame. Between now and then, we'd have to have something to try to get a meeting. It would have to be submitted at least 14 days prior to us even considering a meeting to be convened at that time.
So I think in practical terms, then, what is going to be asked of LTAC today is to approve the framework we've discussed and delegate to the subcommittee the authority to complete the rule revisions and to be the body that actually ends up submitting to the Office of General Counsel. That way we can we don't have to call another full meeting of LTAC, but then the authority of the people, some of the folks that are here are on that subcommittee. So there's going to be that input. There's that opportunity for input as well. So there's still going to be some opportunity for folks to chime in on what the final version would be, but it just won't be the full LTAC. I think if I've captured that correctly.
Jeff, I have a question. I have a question about something you mentioned earlier. And when you started, you said that we have several different reporting avenues, iPads, coordinating board, and whatnot. Are you saying or insinuating, suggesting, or hoping that this new process is going to replace those, or is it going to be added to those reporting avenues?
Well, no, because right now, so for example, currently, you know, and again, I'll get into the particulars of this earlier, but right now your institutions already report to all those bodies. That's not going to change, including to the coordinating board. So this is going to be a modification of some aspects of that process. It won't change anything about what you're reporting to iPads. It won't change anything about what you're reporting to NC Sarah. You know, we don't have any authority to make any of those changes.
But this will be additional.
Well, it'll be a change. There will be some additional requirements potentially, depending on where your institution is coming from as far as this goes. But one thing that is not going to change is, you know, again, every institution every semester has to report to the coordinating board all manner of data related to students, courses, and that sort of thing. That's the CBM stuff. That none of that is going to change. The way that looks might change, like some of the things as the definitions are then operationalized into reporting in the reporting manuals that the coordinating board puts out. It may change some of those things. It definitely will, as a matter of fact, but it's not going to change the fact that you have to report it all. There is one aspect of this that will be a change, and I'll get to that in a bit. So there will be an additional requirement, but I'll talk about this more, but that I'll cover in a sec. But as far as the reporting generally, nothing is going to change except how it's done. Is that clear? I think. Okay.
Jeff, it might be helpful, especially for our newest full LTAC members, to go ahead and proceed through the framework. So I think a lot of this is explained. It may answer questions that would arise having not yet seen this information. So if we can hold any more process questions until the item where we're considering next actions, we'll let Jeff go ahead and continue.
Okay, so I'm now on slide 5, general changes, and again we've gone through the Texas Administrative Code on subchapter P pertaining to distance education. And I will point out, you know, some of the things folks have said in prior meetings, like, can we get rid of the term distance education, for example? because it seems kind of obsolete. The problem with that, as some of you may know, is that it's a federal definition, and it operationalizes what we report to IPEDS, what we report to NC SARA. And so unfortunately, even though distance ed may be a bit of a dated term, we're kind of locked in with it because it's in the Code of Federal, it's defined in the Code of Federal Regulations. So I'll just put that out there at a base level. So some of the more housekeeping type changes, eliminating redundancy in the rules. And I've provided an example of each of these types of changes. So Rule 4260 has two provisions that say institutions have to report data to the coordinating board. That doesn't need to be in there twice. We can remove one of them. That one's pretty simple. Moving some provisions around. So I'm
sorry, Jeff. So when you just do that, can you just short clarification? They say it twice and they say it twice in the exact same way? Or they say it twice almost the exact same way? So our change is going to be only say it once and incorporate both parts.
It's rephrased, and it's just basically says that institutions have to report data on distance education to the coordinating board. And I can't remember the exact wording, but it's basically that the commissioner or the commissioner's designee, whatever, so they have to report. But it kind of says, it basically says the same thing in just two sentences and two different provisions of the rule. Another one on, Rule 4.260, which is standards and criteria for institutions, has a provision dealing with formula funding, but there's a whole rule that deals with formula funding. So why not just move that provision to the rule dealing with formula funding? So that one obviously to us really stood out as well. And then striking some rules. So for example, if you were to look at Rule 4263, which deals with faculty, we looked at it, and one of the provisions, for example, says that institutions have to provide training to faculty. And in our conversations, we're like, well, that doesn't make any sense because that's something institutions are doing, not faculty are doing. And so the idea is to take, there's three provisions in that rule. We consolidate two of them into one, and then move the two new ones, or at that point, or the two revised ones, move them to the standard dealing with institutions. And so that's just an example of, and then we could get rid of the rule on faculty because it just says stuff that the institution is responsible for really anyways. And so those are just examples of the types of things we've discussed, which is cleaning up the rules, rationalizing, getting rid of redundancies, and making it so that they're clearer, that type of thing. And so, like I said, that one's pretty basic, but if you move ahead to slide 6, this is where you get more into the meat of what we've discussed. So again, chapter 4, subchapter P, rule 4.257, which is labeled definitions. So there are 3 major revisions and then 1 addition we've discussed. So a lot of the stuff that's in there isn't going to change at all, like definitions related to what is a public university or something like that. That doesn't change no matter the modality. So a lot of those definitions won't be changed at all. The current term is fully distance education course. And so if you move forward to slide 7, you'll see I've put together a full table of current definitions relative to what we would, the new proposed definitions might say. But changing fully distance education course, renaming it and revising it to be something along the lines of 100% online course. And that would be 100% of instructional and non-instructional activity delivered at a distance. And our big conversation around this one related to students when they go anywhere they're trying to enroll for a class, and they're looking at the class, and under fully distance education course could involve some on-campus component, even if it was non-instructional, like an orientation or some sort of advising or what have you. And the feeling was that could be misleading towards students when they go to enroll. And so therefore moving to this 100%. So if a course is totally, completely online, no matter what. So there's no on-campus requirement for students, and you can affix that label to the course 100% online, then it's just much simpler for students to know that what they're signing up for is not going to require them to go anywhere except to their own computer, wherever that is. By the way, that also does align much more closely to what iPads requires. So when your institutional research folks are reporting annually to iPads, in the past, they've had to delineate between two different definitions. iPads wants to know how many courses are 100% online. The state has said 85% to 100% counts as a fully distance ed course. We're getting rid of the 85% and just going with 100% for simplicity's sake. It's for students and it's to align with reporting that we have to do for iPads. Now, the current definition of hybrid blended course would be revised to just say hybrid course. Yes.
So just a suggestion, if people are sitting at their computer. I think some of them are doing what I'm doing, but again, your slide deck makes sense. But if you haven't had a chance to open up and find the code to understand, okay, where am I talking about where Jeff is in the changes, just conceptually, I just offer a suggestion, maybe you just put it on the side of your computer screen. Because then it's much easier to track your conversation and what you're trying to point to as changes. So I just offer that as a friendly suggestion to the rest of our LTAC colleagues. Thank you.
Sure. So hybrid blended course is the current definition. We would just change that to hybrid to make it more simple, and it would be, the definition would be changed to be more than 50% and less than 100% of instructional and non-instructional activity delivered at a distance. And as you can see on the next slide, on slide 7, you see that the distance ed definition, which is rooted in the federal definition, the formal educational process that occurs when students or instructors are not in the same physical setting for the majority of instruction. And so that 50% cutoff is a hard cutoff in federal terminology, and we're sticking with that. And so you can still have a distance ed course, but it would now, if it's less than 100%, it's just going to be classified for state purposes as a hybrid class.
Jeff, can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
So not having been part of the discussions before, this may have already been answered since I'm new, but I see where you're going, the definitions. I definitely appreciate this. One question that I'm continually hearing is HighFlex, which really is the merging of, on campus and online at the same time, and kind of a choice for students somewhat. Is the committee's thought process that would be covered within these definitions, or is that something that's not addressed here?
We have discussed that. I think the kind of where we landed on is one of the first things that I said about the rules, which is that we don't want the rules to be overly prescriptive. I think what we've landed on as far as something like HighFlex is that when we get to later stages of the process, and especially when we're talking about changes that would need to be made to the reporting manuals that the coordinating board puts out, that at that point there would be more of a discussion about how a definition of HighFlex, but it doesn't necessarily make sense to put it in rule because frankly, the HighFlex is kind of an emerging idea still, and there's not clear, because I've looked pretty extensively into HighFlex definitions around the country, and there is some divergence from state to state and in different institutions. And so I think the concern is if we put it in rule, it would be obsolete like a year from now is the danger. And so instead, integrating it into the reporting procedures then allows the state to collect data on those types of things, and gives us more of an opportunity to have a robust discussion around what that would entail.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a similar question about remote because, we were all given dispensation not to report that, but for us starting fall 21, even before that, we're reporting that now. So we have the opposite, Jeff, of what you're saying, which is, we're reporting something, we're reporting it as a distance learning modality. So, was there any discussion about, I don't know how many other of you are doing that, of how that's represented here? Because I can make an argument that it's fully online, but I could also make an argument that it has distinct delivery requirements and expectations of learners that are different than fully online and what's understood for 20 years as fully online. So I'm just curious about that component of what's missing, if something that we're being asked to approve that maybe already being reported at a larger level.
Well, and it's a good question, Luke. And I again, and it's similar to the one that Nikki just asked, which is that when it comes to the rules themselves, we have to be careful to not be too prescriptive. We have to leave some flexibility. And so, you know, we've had conversation, and I've done a lot of research into what they're doing in New York, Florida, California, Virginia, all these different states and different institutions. And there are a lot of different practices around there that different state agencies are using in order to get data from their institutions. And so the challenge is that there are potentially so many different permutations in how you cut these definitions. So are we going to define asynchronous? Are we going to define synchronous? Are we going to define high flex? Are we going to define remote? And so it starts getting really complicated really fast. And that's, again, where I would point to the rules themselves are where we need to keep things kind of as open and relatively simple as possible. And then when we get to the stage where we're talking about reporting and data, that's really where those decisions will be made about what's the best way for the coordinating board to structure reports so that institutions can, and we're not being overly prescriptive with institutions, by the way, as well, because we don't want to be the board, I think generally, and I can't speak for the board, but in what I've gotten from board staff is that they don't want to be overly prescriptive about what institutions are able to do. And so there just has to be flexibility. And so it's really, and there, like I said, there's so many different ways to cut these definitions that it could get into a dangerous zone where there's all these different categories and it becomes kind of bewildering for your institutional research people to figure out how they're going to report this stuff. So I think those conversations will come later. But again, what I would point to is we're trying to keep this stage of the process just at a as high a level as possible, to create a framework for later doing more with the reporting stuff, which we are going to have more freedom to talk through when we get to that stage. But yes, we've talked about a lot of that stuff, and I think we just landed on, especially when we're talking about the Texas Administrative Code, leaving that kind of as open and flexible as possible. So the last bit deals with distance ed degree or certificate program, which again, you see reflected on the table on the next page. So the idea there is that to take the new course level definitions of 100% online course and hybrid and activate those through the program definitions as well. So you could then, under the new proposed definition, the idea would be there would be 100% online program, and that is a program that a student can complete all the requirements for without ever setting foot on the campus, is the idea there. And again, the most important consideration there is that when those programs are advertised to students, it should be really, really clear to those students what they are signing up for. And so if it says 100% online, they need to be assured that it is literally 100% online. The other part would be a hybrid program. So it would still classify as a distance ed program, but there may be some on-campus requirements for those types of programs, which could include things like non-instructional activity potentially. But then for programs, there's still a way to delineate between the two types. So and then of course, what we need to do is a lot of what we're going to do here in a second is based on the PGP. There needs to be a definition of the PGP in the rule. So that needs to be added. So that one's pretty simple, but. So again, you can look at what we've sort of drafted for. You can see the current definitions in code next to the proposed definition. It's on the table on page 7.
Jeff, hang on. I think, Timothy, did you have a question?
More of a comment. In regard to the proposed definitions, it seems we're still clinging to these percentages, which I think in our effort, or the effort to be extremely clear, also opens the door to some potential confusion. Have we given any thought to just saying an online course is an online course, a course in which all of the instruction, all of the instruction and non-instructional activities takes place online, period, versus adding this percentage complexity into the mix. Because I see programs, I see faculty wanting to kind of, but I still want to do a face-to-face assessment, for instance. And then, I see a lot of institutions maybe playing with kind of modifications to this rule. So, just something to think about.
Well, it's a good point, Tim. And I think part of the issue was the current definitions, and that 85% number becomes a game for getting over that number so you can have a fully online course, even if it's not fully online. And so that we did have discussions around that. And that's why, the 50% number, that's federal. And so there's no getting away from that. And the 100% is something that IPEDS is asking for. And that's why we basically just said, those are the only two numbers at this point that matter. So we're actually, I think there is, with the current rule and having the 85% number, that contributes to more confusion, I think, about anything. And so just reducing it as much as possible. So now the only two numbers that matter are 50 and 100%. I think, as much as possible, I think that will eliminate confusion. Although, again, there's always exceptions to a lot of this stuff. And so, but we did talk about that quite a bit. Should there be another category of hybrid, one that's 75 to 99 and one that's 50 to 74 or whatever? We talked about those types of things, but simplicity is really what we landed on here, because again, 100%, everybody knows what 100% is, and the 50% we're locked in with anyways because it's federal. So that really just keeps things as simple as possible. So this next piece is a little trickier. Yes, who has a
quickly just to add to that. So 100% isn't currently defined, and as you said, it's self-evident, but it's not in rules with a definition. However, it is one of the categories used in our distance learning portal with the coordinating board. So, if that's an expectation, we need to make sure that it's defined in rule as well. So more support for why including 100% and replacing fully online is important. Sorry,
so no, that's okay. Slide 8 is where we're getting at this is where we're now dancing more towards new stuff. So under current rule, if an institution wants approval to offer distance ed courses and programs for the first time, in order to do that, they need prior approval from the coordinating board to be able to do that. And in many cases, there are many institutions. In fact, we think there's one health-related institution that submitted their institutional plan for distance education going back to something like 1976. And there are other institutions who had theirs approved in the 90s. And obviously, those plans for distance ed are probably wildly out of date at this point. And so the idea here, the general idea is that given the heightened importance of digital learning and distance education in the new 21st century landscape, that there is some justification for asking institutions to continue to demonstrate that they are engaging in practices that are beneficial to students, that contribute to those students being successful in their programs. And so the idea here is that there needs to be some sort of process whereby institutions recertify that they are continuing to serve their distance education students adequately. Now, I don't know how many institutions are even left that would need to get prior approval for distance ed. At this point, there's probably few to none statewide. In fact, I heard Andrew say earlier that, that almost never happens anymore. And so that's not a huge number of institutions that are in that. But the requirement that a new institution, new to distance ed, would have to submit the institutional plan, that's not going to go anywhere. That won't change. We have stepped back requirements a little bit. And so in shifting to an institutional rather than a program level approval. So currently, as we saw earlier, anyone that wants to do an online doctoral program or special professional, which includes like JD or other types of things like that, has to get approval for any online doctoral program. But there are institutions that already have approved online doctoral programs. And it seems redundant to ask them to get approval for every single new doctoral program. And so one thing we've said that we should step back is, if we move to an institutional approval process, then once the institution is approved for distance ed and it's approved for offering doctoral programs, that institution is then moved to a status where they simply notify the coordinating board of any new program that includes doctoral. So the first doctoral or special professional online program would need to be approved by LTAC, similar to how it's practiced currently. But under this new system, once you're approved for one program in doctoral, then you can offer any more you offer after that with simply a notification to the coordinating board. The flip side of that is that in order to get there, we're proposing a sort of recertification process. I hesitate to use the word certification or recertification, but it's just kind of an apt phrase for what we're talking about here. And the idea would be that institutions on about a 5-year cycle that aligns roughly to that institution's SACS COC reporting cycle. So for SACS, you have to do your 5th-year interim report and then your decennial 10-year compliance certification. 1 year after the SACS board makes the determination of your institution's compliance with distance education related standards, that's when you would have to report to the coordinating board on your institution's compliance with those standards and with the principles of good practice. So the way it would work, and I did have if you scroll down to slide 10, there's a hypothetical timeline there that sketches out kind of what I mean, which is that you submit so I'm from UT Austin, we're a research institution. So we submit our compliance certification in September. Not this year, we're not on cycle, but that's just the hypothetical. If you submit in September, and then it's usually about a full 14 to 15 months later before the SACS board makes a final determination of if you're compliant. Using the PGP crosswalk that was created when the PGP was created in 2019 and would be updated when the PGP is updated, the idea would be is that this recertification, you would come in and you would say, for all of these standards that are covered by SACS, did you pass them from SACS? And if you checked yes, if you pass all of those standards, then like, okay, you pass SACS standard on all of those, so there's no issue. So SACS is kind of the filter there. But then there are some principles in the PGP that are not covered by SACS. And so that you would need to report in your recertification on those areas that are not covered by SACS COC. Now, if the SACS board determined that there was some adverse action, you're put on monitoring or, God forbid, even warning or probation, you would need to report that when you come in for recertification. And then there would be a further question: were you in trouble for that standard because of distance education? And there may be some cases where you're not, in which case you would still be potentially okay. And it is kind of an honor system at that point, although SACS adverse actions are reported publicly, so that information is publicly available. And then the idea would be that takes care of some stuff. So you're not necessarily going to have to report on those things unless there's an adverse action from SACS. And then for the rest of the principles of good practice, which, by the way, your chief academic officer every year is certifying that you're compliant with the PGP, you're actually going to have to go a little bit further in actually proving that. And yes, that is an additional reporting requirement. And I think we're comfortable in requiring that because it's really to the benefit of students at all of our institutions that we have to actually show some accountability rather than just signing a form. There was not really any vetting of, or we just taking everybody's word for it. Yes, we're taking folks' word for it a little bit anyways through this process, but the idea would be there would be some additional level of accountability. So instead of having a 30-year-old institutional plan for distance education, and then you can just offer whatever programs you want whenever without any vetting or whatsoever, it's simply a notification for bachelor's and master's and associates and certificate programs, there would be a bit higher level of scrutiny. And finally, the last bit, which I cover on the next slide, is that those recertifications would be vetted by a peer review group committee that would be led by members of LTAC, and there would be potentially other folks who are interested who could volunteer around the state, who could serve on those committees as well. And they would review the recertification documentation and make a recommendation to LTAC. And then LTAC would vote on whether or not those institutions are then recertified. And assuming they are, and if you scroll down to the very final slide of the presentation, slide 11, you'll see different scenarios in which an institution has no adverse actions from SACs related to distance ed, and they submit their recertification and is ultimately approved by LTAC. Then those institutions could be able to continue offering whatever online degrees they want, including a doctoral program if they are already approved for doctoral programs, and they would be good to go until the next phase of their SAC cycle. So roughly every 5 years or so, institutions would have to re-up their recertification. So Jacqueline, you have a question. Oh, you're muted, Jacqueline.
On mute. I just saw that. Thank you. I want to come back and try to knit together the conversations that we had earlier with the other rule changes. So I just want to make sure I'm clear in my head, and I'm on slide 8, Jeff and Patrick. So when we're thinking about approvals and changes and what we're doing, right? And I think to a certain extent, what we're trying to propose in here for the purposes of distance education, including online instruction, mirrors more closely from a process standpoint how SAC-COC does institutional classifications, right? So if you're brand new, there's a higher level of scrutiny. If you're 3 or more distance education programs, from a modality only, you don't have to go through the additional steps for the purposes of modality. What I think I see in here, and this is where it ties in, we know there are program approval changes already in the works because they have been published in the register, there have been public comments. We will know at least a week before, so I guess it would be October 18th or 19th, what those proposed changes will be. So what we're suggesting, what you all are suggesting, is that presuming that there's a streamlined process for new program proposal, the elimination of redundancy is that those institutions who have a history of offering online degree programs, distance education programs at the doctoral level do not need to do the 2-step process of LTAC plus the regular review that is part of any program proposal, right? So we're not changing whatever becomes the new program proposal approval. We're just saying, if you have authority to offer distance education as a modality in that program, LTAC doesn't need to see it. Am I correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right, so it's not willy-nilly you can offer anything. No, you still have to go down the existing. We're just not path for whatever we do for new program proposals, but you don't have to do the 2-step dance, which is what we just did this morning with Angelo State.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
That would be eliminated except for an institution offering its first online doctoral program.
Okay.
Is it for any program level or just the doctoral programs?
Just doctoral. So just doctoral programs. We had a pretty good conversation about why doctoral programs? And I think because, there's a special consideration for doctoral programs because it's in most cases, it's the highest degree that higher education can confer. And a lot of times it's rooted in, people to being able to do research. And so there's a special consideration there. You see that reflected in other areas of the Texas Administrative Code where doctoral programs are treated differently. And so it made sense to continue with a bit higher level of scrutiny for doctoral programs. But again, once your institution is approved for distance education, you can offer whatever bachelor's and master's degrees you want without limit. Obviously, there's a regular program approval process you have to go through to the coordinating board, but LTAC's not going to get involved in that. Right. So it does only pertain to doctoral programs and then only the first one.
Jeff, since distance education is part of the SACS review process, and now we're, hang on a minute. I've got a puppy. And now we're suggesting that there's an institutional process for distance education that will also occur every 5 years. Are we in effect saying that the review that takes place in SACS is not sufficient for distance education?
I don't think so, because there's areas that are, we're basically trusting that SACS review of the principles of good practice that are covered by SACS, if you've passed those, if you're deemed in compliance by SACS on those, we're trusting that you're good to go on those. So one of the ones we used as an example in our discussion the other day was student complaints, which is, I believe, SACS principle 12.1. So if you're found by the SACS committee and the board votes and you're approved by the SACS board for 12.1, then there's nothing that needs to be done by your institution for that. So we're going to take SACS word for it on that. The only area that is going to be dealt with through this process we're talking about are those areas that are not covered by SACS. And there are a few. I don't know exactly off the top of my head how many there are, but there are. And by the way, I will point out, because in each of the principles in the PGP, you'll see at the end of each principle, there's a parenthetical that includes a list of which principles from which governing body that principle ties back to. And in many cases, you'll see multiples. So you'll see the Online Learning Consortium scorecard, you'll see CRAC, you'll see SACS. But the one that's bold-faced in many cases, that means that principle came directly from that body, that group. So in many of them, you'll see where CRAC is bold-faced. And so it's covered by SACS in some manner, but SACS is not the primary body where that principle came from, or Quality Matters, that's the other one.
So in theory, you could sail through your SACS review, but not LTAC's review of your distance education program.
That is correct. That in theory, that could happen where you could pass your SACS review and then put forth your recertification to LTAC and then that not pass. And just for those of you who may not know much about me, I mean, I work in SACS accreditation at my institution. My office handles our accreditation and I handle outcomes assessment for our university. So I am fairly well versed in SACS stuff. And so one of the concerns that I think we have around SACS is that, like, for example, we asked SACS, how many adverse actions have there been against Texas institutions of higher education pertaining to distance education? And they really can't even answer it, because when SACS votes on these principles, they vote on whether or not you're compliant with each principle. And it's in the report. It says why in the final report that the SACS board votes on, but it's not indicated in their data systems. So their answer literally was, well, we don't really know. The only one we can tell you is the SACS standard pertaining directly to distance education they can report on. So we don't even know how often it occurs that institutions in Texas are subject to adverse actions from SACS because of distance ed. And so but we also don't want to overburden institutions with reporting. And so we are going to place some faith that SACS is going to catch some of these things. And if any of y'all have ever sat on a SACS review committee, I have. There is review of distance ed stuff, but it really depends on the review committee, how much scrutiny there is of distance ed stuff. There may be people who are, and so that can sometimes run into issues, but we're not even going to get into that business. We're just going to say, if you're good with SACS, we're fine with that, and move on to the other stuff.
So the fact that we see a need for this, is that an indicator that we have a sense that there are some institutions not doing distance ed well?
Well, in fact, when I've had conversations at my institution, and I talked about this the other day, that was one of the questions I received is, you know, how do we know that students are dissatisfied with distance education? And that's a good question. And it's one I don't have a ready answer for, if I'm being honest, Pam. At the same time, having been in higher ed for a long time, as many of you have, I think one of the challenges around distance education and digital learning is that sometimes things are not always as great as they could be. And so
I would hate to see us search for a solution to something that isn't a problem.
I think with the heightened, this is just my personal opinion. I speak for no one in what I'm about to say. So let me just put that disclaimer out there. In my personal opinion, I think the heightened importance of digital education in the aftermath of COVID justifies institutions being able to provide some additional clarification around how they're serving students in that regard. Again, I work in SACS. And so part of the value of doing a SACS self-study is that we have to turn the lens inward and look at ourselves and ask ourselves questions about how we're serving our students and if we're serving them adequately. And obviously, in most cases, we are. But sometimes we uncover things that we shouldn't be doing or need to be changed. And that's not necessarily due to malice. It's just how things work out sometimes. And I think what we're talking about here is that it gives institutions an opportunity to, and yes, it's an additional reporting requirement. And guess what? At UT Austin, you know who's going to have to write those reports? Me. So I'm creating for myself, if you will, a new task that I'm going to have to do. But the thing is that I think as an institution, it benefits us to be able to have to turn, like I said, turn the lens inward and look at ourselves and ask ourselves if we're serving students the way that they should be served. And by the way, instead of just signing off on the PGP and saying we're doing it, we now have to provide a little bit more accountability to prove that we are. And so I think, me personally, I think that's important to do. So that's where I'm coming from with this. And I think it's valuable as an institution to have to do that self-study. And I think it serves in the end of the day, it's our students that benefit from that. Jacqueline?
This is just more of a technical one again on slide 8 on the institutional plans, and I'm happy to talk offline just in terms of a technical edit, but just from an observation standpoint, I know this from serving on the SACS COC Board of Trustees. If you have a clean 5th-year report, the board doesn't vote on it.
Oh.
It only comes back because it's a referral report, and then it has to go back. But in and of itself, the board does not vote on actions on 5th-year reports.
That's thank you for adding that. That's an important piece that we'll have to consider as we write this up.
Yep.
Can you restate that, Jeff? It
Yeah.
was hard for us to hear in the room.
Okay, so from a SACS COC 5th-year report standpoint, yes, we are all turning in the documentation related to that. If in the peer review process, your report is clean, actually, if this is true in all cases, the board does not take action on 5th-year reports. You can have a clean bill of health, then it's totally fine, or you can have a referral. And if you have a referral, meaning, oh, we have some questions about how you answered standard X, Y, or Z, including those that pertain either on the student learning outcomes, inclusive of distance education, or the specific ones related to distance education, those, if there's more information that's needed, what SACS COC does in a process is they make it a referral report. And for those of on the call who live in Sac-COC land, it is that referral report that actually becomes a board item.
That's good to know. And what the spirit of what we're trying to get at is whenever there's a final disposition through
Yes,
SACs. And so, however we'll just have to rephrase how that's dealt with, but that's good to know. Thank you.
And Jeff, I'm looking at the time and realize that we're almost at 1 o'clock. We haven't had a break in quite some time. And also we need to change some things due to our technical circumstances here in the room. So this is a really, really important item. We need to give it the time that we need to move it forward as quickly as we can. We can move things on the agenda to a future meeting. Due to the technical limitations, myself and staff members here can't join in breakout groups. So for the work groups, so we're not going to do those today. We will hopefully get to work groups, inform them, but not spend time in session. Usually it was part of lunch for those. I want to give you another 4 minutes just to wrap up the presentation. Then we'll break for a 20-minute lunch, and then we'll come back to answer any more questions and consider action. So go ahead and wrap up if you would here on the presentation. Then we will break for 20 minutes for lunch, and then we'll have follow-up discussion and a possible vote.
I was basically done. I do want to say one really, really important thing pertaining to the last slide. So even if your institution has some issue with SACs or issues with LTAC on recertification and you enter the so-called probationary status or whatever it ends up being called, that's not going to prevent your institution from offering new distance ed programs. It won't prevent that at all. In fact, all it will actually do is there's just going to be a bit higher level of scrutiny where if you're going to propose new distance ed programs, it'll have to come before LTAC and LTAC will have to consider those, but only if you're under probationary status. And so it doesn't actually prevent anyone from offering programs. It just means that because there was some prior identified issue, that there needs to be a little bit more scrutiny on whether or not it's a good idea for the institution to be offering new programs at a time when they have demonstrated some issue pertaining to distance ed. So that's the last thing I would point out is that we're not trying to stop institutions from offering new programs. It's just that there was just going to be a little bit more. They're going to have a few more hoops they're going to have to jump through if they're in some level of probation or whatever it's called. So, but that's basically it, is the idea. And again, we're coming from the standpoint of really trying to do what's right for the students in a mode of education that's only becoming more important in the 21st century. And that's it. That's where we're coming from, to try to rationalize things and make it so that your institutional plan for distance ed that was approved in 1976, you're going to have to do a little bit more of some kind of update to tell us what you're doing to take care of students now. But that's all I had.
Thank you, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to break now for 20 minutes to approximately 1:20. Get some brain food so you can come back and we can continue this discussion and hopefully move towards action. Thank everybody for their questions already. And we will see you in 20 minutes. Thank you. All right, we would like to welcome everybody back from our 20-minute lunch break. If you would please go ahead and turn your cameras back on. You can remain muted and please continue to enjoy your lunch if you haven't gotten finished. I know it was a very brief break. Thanks for everybody's flexibility as we roll with technology challenges and adjust our schedule to the agenda to make sure that we can cover the things that are most important to us. So with that, when we broke, Jeff had finished his presentation, entertained some questions on the proposed framework. Ultimately, we would like to get to a recommendation for action, something that I think may be helpful because what I really appreciate is the amount of enthusiasm for engaging in this conversation and making sure that we can cover as many of these angles as we possibly can in what we're moving forward. And so the proposal will be that the full LTAC delegate to the subcommittee for DE definitions and standards the authority to complete this work and move it forward with OGC in order for it to move towards a rule. And what I would like to offer is, we'll have our discussion now and then hopefully vote on this, is that if it would make people more comfortable to have a minute to digest this and provide additional comments, we can have that process happen. I would say if we could get comments back by next Friday, coordinating board could provide a email address for those comments to be collected. They would not be sent by email to, reply all or that kind of thing, because that would be a walking quorum and violate our open meetings rules. But it would give an opportunity for any full LTAC committee members that have comments that they would like to share, even after reviewing this with their local leadership, and bring those back by next Friday. I can assure you that the subcommittee would look at those and consider them as they move forward towards that final proposal packet to be submitted. So with that in mind, I want to go back. We're still on the agenda item with discussion of the framework and see if there are some more questions that we can address today. All right. I'm not sure who raised their hand first, but Jacqueline's in the upper left-hand corner, so it might have been her. We'll call on her and then on Luke.
Thanks, and I'm trying my best not to dominate a conversation, and I think I clearly have failed in that. So, but I appreciate
You're good.
You all allowing me to speak. So, one, at whatever point it's appropriate, Patrick and Jeff, I think it would be important for the full LTAC to know in our current constitution who are the LTAC subcommittee members, just so people know, oh, okay, when you're delegating to the subcommittee, who you're delegating to. So I would just offer that just as a friendly observation, just to make sure that all our colleagues know who's on the subcommittee, who, if we pass this, are in charge of hammering out what we would recommend. Number two, the comment just again for reflection, we've got program proposal changes that are in flight right now. And I'm just trying to make sure that we're not, as we move forward on recommendations, not making life harder, but making life consistent with what we're doing. So however we align those processes, and again, we don't know what we don't know, right? So here's an example. What Jeff talked about, and I absolutely agree, we want to ensure the integrity of the delivery of distance education programs, independent of modality. The program proposals and that whole rule section not only speaks to how we do in the future new program proposals, but it also talks about the program review process, right? Now, I don't have a lot of undergraduate programs, so I can't comment on that. I do know, having a lot of graduate and doctoral programs, we have a very robust program review process. So again, my question is, as we think about institutional review, are we making sure that for the purposes of distance education, we are aligning work that's already being done as part of our overall either program or institutional review, or are we creating a different layer of inspection for distance education? Just as general observation, just to do the different checkpoints. The other thing that I don't know the answer to this is, we're trying to make sure as an LTAC, what I love about LTAC is that we have administrators, we have faculty members, we have community colleges, we have universities, we have health-related institutions. We live in many different environments, and we as a constituent body are making recommendations that are impacting all of the public institutions writ large across the state of Texas. And just trying to make sure that, if you're a small remote institution, are we placing a disproportionate burden on those institutions where perhaps larger institutions do not? Just those observations and comments, and thank you.
All right, that was a lot, Jacqueline. First question, we're getting the answer to. I was going to pull up the most recent email I sent to the committee, but the Wi-Fi is still down here. So I can, from memory, say that it is Charlene Stubblefield. Well, here's the list. Myself, Jeff Friels, Elizabeth Rodriguez, Pam Morgan, Charlene Stubblefield, Jacqueline Mock, Ruth Chisholm, Carlos Morales, Robert Green, and Eric Solberg. Now, several of these are no longer on LTAC, but they are still invited to participate with the subcommittee, because we do have members who are who weren't on LTAC at the time this was sworn. Jeff being one of those. So again, that is the members who are LTAC members or former LTAC members who are serving on the subcommittee currently. So the second question, I'd like to, we talk about who it impacts and how it impacts institutions differentially, and are we creating more work for them? I mean, one of the guiding principles of this is not to create more work, to already take information that institutions are affirming that they are providing to students and delivering distance learning, and have them just gather that to demonstrate it. And it's an opportunity. I think how we've framed it is for self-reflection. And I think we may be focusing a bit in our conversations on what appears to be regulatory requirements and things you can't do, when the real goal of making the institutional plan and the PGP the center of our focus is about creating a community of practice, best practices for institutions offering distance learning. So it will be basically powered by a network of distance learning experts like yourselves and others who volunteer in order to make sure institutions can get over the bar. It's not holding the bar so tight that nobody can offer distance learning and meet the needs of a working population that needs that flexibility. It really is an effort to go, okay, do the self-study to demonstrate how you're meeting these things. And if you're not, well, what are the areas you need to focus on? How can we help you? Who can you learn from of what needs to be done to offer quality? So I'd like to offer that kind of lens to look at this through, less regulatory, much more guiding institutions towards making sure they can implement the best practices. And Jeff, did you want to add anything to address Jacqueline's questions?
Yeah, thanks for saying everybody who's on the subcommittee, because I was looking in the gallery seeing who's was just going to go that way. So I'm glad y'all had the list. On the I think it's important to point out here that we're talking about creating a new reporting requirement. But as I indicated at the very beginning of what I was talking about, is that this body in particular is going to have a lot of input in what that requirement looks like. And so it's just like with SACs, there's a reporting or there's the resource manual and that sort of thing. And then there are templates and expectations and all of that sort of thing. And so I think there's an opportunity for LTAC, assuming these rules were to go through, to try to create a process that is collaborative, that is to Patrick's point, what he was trying to say is it's improvement focused. It's focused on making sure that students throughout the state are serviced adequately and even excellently by our institutions. And so whatever requirement ends up, whatever templates and whatever documentation institutions have to provide, this body will have a huge role in determining what that looks like. And so there will be opportunities in the course of that conversation to say that's too much to ask, or this expectation is realistic, this is not too burdensome. And so when we get to that stage of the process, there will be that opportunity to have a conversation around how the reporting is going to look, so that it is sensitive to being burdensome to institutions. To Jacqueline's last point about, program review, every institution is probably different in this regard. The state only requires program review every 7 years, I think it is, for graduate programs, not bachelor degree programs. And it's not a process that really focuses at all on the modality of the program. There's really nothing. I mean, they're really concerned with high level outcomes, time to degree and the number of degrees conferred. And there is a look at in terms of quality within the program itself, but it's not distance ed focused. And I would imagine, I'm coming from an institution that doesn't have a lot of distance ed exclusive programs. So I can't necessarily speak to what that graduate program review process looks like at the state level, but my impression of it is that it's not necessarily, it's just focused on general issues about the program. And that's obviously going to have some impact on how the distance ed program only programs report, but it's not necessarily getting into the weeds of things around student services and supports and assessment and that sort of thing. Like graduate program review doesn't really consider learning assessment at all, for example. I think our goal is not to come up with a new regulatory burden. It's just to provide a mechanism for a little bit more accountability, number one, and number two, open more of a conversation between LTAC and the institutions of the state around how we make digital learning as awesome as it can be everywhere students might be able to access it. I hope that addressed all of Jacqueline's questions.
And you did get to the last question, which I didn't address, so thank you for that. Luke, I think you were next.
So I'm concerned, and I appreciate the information and I appreciate the work, Jeff. So this isn't about the work, it's the amount, and I'm not even clear, like, what changes are you asking us to approve the entire PowerPoint, or are you going to go line by line, Patrick? Because this level of change that I've been fully engaged the entire conversation here in my culture context, we go through a number of reviews, right? I understand Texas Open Meetings Act. I have to sit through 2 of those meetings a month, but are we not allowed to go into executive session? Is there not other ways where we could have gotten full visibility and discussion on the document, right? Because again, like there may be elements of it that I can really support, but if we're asked to support it in total, I'm going to struggle a little bit, because I've got 5 colleges that, are going to want some input. And you've used the word framework, Patrick, but I don't see a framework. I see like very specific changes. And so part of mine is a process of how, which I think today has been great, right? We had some really robust discussion. but I also am left with like, what exactly are we approving? Is it the whole PowerPoint? Are there elements in it that we can at least support some of the work? And then the third piece is just about the PGP, because I think to Jacqueline's earlier point, we are introducing a new element, right? A new element of review. And how understood is the PGP? How used is it? And I heard your point, Jeff. You made it very well about the chief academic officer sign off on it every year. So I have comments, but really more questions, right? Is like, what is the vote going to look like? What are the specific things that we're empowering or empaneling the subcommittee to do? And that will just help me to be a supportive member, but also to do the due diligence I'm asked to do from the institutions I represent.
Of course, Luke, thank you for your comments. I would say, if we can get towards a delegation of authority to the subcommittee, there is the offer on the table to provide comments by next Friday, so we can still keep with the deadlines that have been established in coordination with OGC to move this forward. Beyond that, it may look somewhat different than what we propose after it goes through the additional coordinating board, governor's office levels of review and gets to the public posting for comment, which again is a second opportunity, regardless of anything we've done in the past, for any public institutions or anyone to provide comment on that before it becomes rule and goes to the board. So I'm not really sure what it looks like if we say we have to move forward as the full LTAC to do this. I'm not sure if we can meet the deadlines that have been established for us. And if not, then I think the rules will be created without our input or with whatever input we have provided at that point. But it would be unofficial, right? So I would defer to our CB staff on what our options are beyond asking for that delegation, giving the opportunity for additional feedback by next Friday, and without having this opportunity kind of slip away from us. And I've tossed this large ball of fire to either side of me, so they may need a moment to consider the question.
Well, and just to restate it, I just want to know what we're delegating. What exactly are we delegating? Is it everything in the PowerPoint, or is it the areas where it says approval? That's really just to simplify it, Patrick.
I would say it's
everything in the PowerPoint.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Patrick.
some of that is clearly labeled as hypothetical and examples, like the timeline for when this might go into effect. The process pieces at the beginning. I would say specifically it is to take these ideas that specifically relate to the rule change, like the changes in definitions, the move from program approval for distance ed to institutional level approval for distance ed, and work with OGC with the putting it in legally sufficient language, ironing out all the language changes where we noticed duplications, poor organization where things were mentioned in a section where they'd be more relevant in another, and taking that forward again with the full approval of the subcommittee on this for the proposed rule change. So when we say the framework, it's not the whole PowerPoint, because much of that is the process. It really is the parts that relate to the proposed rule change.
Patrick, I know that we keep saying that it's going to go back to the subcommittee, but because time is so short, that was one of the reasons there was a subcommittee of the subcommittee with fewer members involved. And so what's to keep that from happening again due to time limits?
Well, yeah, so if we've opened this opportunity for additional comments by next Friday, then we have to have time to consider those and see how that changes what we have drafted thus far. I think it would be incumbent upon us that we go ahead and schedule those meetings out from now through submitting it on November 7th so that we can maximize the subcommittee participation. Sarah, you have a question.
Yes, thank you,
And
Patrick.
then Jacqueline.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, so when you're talking about providing comments by next Friday, just to clarify, is that comments on the process, the framework, the PowerPoint that we got, or would we receive additional information before that time that we're providing comments on?
I believe it would be the information as presented today, and the comments would not be on process. It would be on the material of the framework.
Okay. And so as Luke mentioned, that any specific comments on specific rules that you're looking at and changes to wording, we wouldn't have that information yet because that's the work that the subcommittee will do.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then,
The only caveat to that I would say is that on the table on slide 7, where it has a proposed definition, that is language we've discussed. So that is closer to what would actually be in a proposed rule change.
okay.
So that's one area on slide 7 where it's actually excuse me, sorry, closer to the text of what we would actually say. The rest of it is more in principle, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Okay. And then is the subcommittee already set, or do members of the full LTAC have an opportunity to be added to that subcommittee if they were interested?
Yeah, it looks like there is some room. We would also need to verify with some people that are on here that just recently rotate off LTAC to see if they're still interested in participating. The constraints are that we can't have a majority of LTAC members on the subcommittee, because then that would constitute a walking quorum and again get us into trouble with open meetings rules. So I think there would be an opportunity, and what I just heard was for an additional 2 LTAC members to participate. It's a tight time frame, but yeah, I appreciate the question. And we're verifying the count. Or capacity, sorry. All right, we did a little math here. It's 2 to 3. So with that in mind, Sarah, were you expressing an interest or just curious about the possibility?
No, I am interested in that. I think that especially being newer to LTAC, I've been here for a year now, and so hadn't heard all of the conversations that led up to this. But yeah, I am very interested. I think that the topics are very relevant to areas at my institution that I'd be grateful to have an opportunity to provide additional input this way.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Jacqueline? I see
So
your
I
hand
wanted-
raised. Yes.
If I could go back to the important point that I appreciate that Luke raised. So from a full LTAC point of view, I think this is what I heard the chair and co-chair of the committee say, which is we have an opportunity for rule changes, and we have 2 components. slide 6 and 7, which have to do with the definitions, and the chart on 7, which is more specific. So that one has a little bit more concrete information. 8 is a little bit more ambiguous, because we don't have enough here yet. So the question becomes the pros and cons, and I absolutely thank Luke for raising it. Can we parse it out? Are there things that we are more comfortable saying, yeah, I think we can at least, we know what we're looking at and we can entrust? And again, I sit on the subcommittee. So I'm saying this in full transparency for everybody else to say, oh, I don't know. You know, do I trust Jacqueline to write and everybody else on that subcommittee to write 8 for me? Whereas, you know, we got a pretty, at least a clear insight view on slide 6 and 7 with regard to definitions. So for those who might be struggling, can we parse out what we're trying to approve here? Or really, I think that's the strategic question. It actually has to be all or none. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just posing the question.
Yeah, I would say with the time frame we have, it needs to be basically what we have provided now. If there's an expectation that we would move closer towards a finished, more discrete product, that's not going to happen in a time frame where then there could be that type of larger participation. And you know, going back to what the subcommittee was originally charged to do, and that was to do this work, to have these conversations, and ultimately present what are the key issues going into the rule changes and proposals, recommendations for how those should be addressed. Again, we're not going to be writing the actual rules. We are going to be crafting this and saying, we need these addressed here, specific ways we think they should be, but it will be legal that put them together, and then multiple stages that are out of our hands where there would be possible revision. So I'm kind of, and you know, I respect the opinions of my co-chair, of course, the other subcommittee members and CB staff. But the way I look at it is we need to be able to approve moving forward with the subcommittee on these items. We don't have the luxury of picking and choosing. Certainly there would be the opportunity for comment if you say, I don't agree with this, or I'd like to see this in there and it's not. By next Friday, there's the public comment period. But I think the request is really to put this in the hands of the subcommittee to take the items that we have outlined today and make sure that we can have them reflected in rules as best possible. So, you know, that is my thought on it, but certainly I would defer to co-chair, CB staff members, and the opinion of the other subcommittee members.
And I'll say, you know, we were thrown a bit for a loop in the summer when we learned that we needed to fit this within a certain time frame in order for it to meet their process for drafting the rules. So we weren't the ones who picked the time frame, if as it were. We just have to try to operate within it. And to Patrick's earlier point, you know, they may move forward with rule changes without our input. And so this is our chance to, excuse me, have some much more influence on that. If we can go to them with, you know, it'd be one thing if we go just with the definitions. I think for the most part, and our whole subcommittee since we started, it wasn't ever really super controversial that we wanted to move to the 100% online course definition, because that just doesn't make sense for a lot of reasons. That was never really a hot topic. You know, for the most part, that was, I'd say, pretty widely agreed upon in our subcommittee meetings. The other stuff I understand is trickier. And what I would just refer back to again is that The subcommittee is going to draft something that's going to be sent to the Office of General Counsel. But then whenever the rules go through, it's going to be this body to determine how those rules are operationalized. And that is where I really understand y'all's discomfort with some of this because you're first hearing about it today. I get all that. And I don't know what I can say to allay that skepticism at this point because I know it's fresh. Y'all are just hearing it today. But again, in our defense, I would say there's an opportunity to chime in with what the subcommittee is going to do. The people that are on the subcommittee are going to get a chance to have some input on whatever it is that we draft and finally send to the Office of General Counsel. And then once whatever rules are go into the register and make it through and are revised based on the public comment at that point, this group is going to determine how those rules are really kind of put into effect. And so that I think is a really important consideration for all of this. So, but obviously everybody should, you got to follow what you think is right. So, and I respect it. We do have more questions. Pam?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. To your point, I'm on the subcommittee and I agree. I think we all were in agreement that our definitions were outdated. The only part that bothers me is not the work. The work was clearly thoughtful and a lot of hard work. But we diverted because of the timeline. One of our earliest objectives was to vet this on our campuses, to go ask for input from people that are responsible for parts that we don't know. One of those being out-of-state, in-state tuition. I would recommend that everyone go talk to their business offices, financial aid, whoever, and specifically talk about that 15% that we're changing from the 85 to the 100, because we all have students at heart when we're making our decisions or recommendations. But for, say, some health science degrees that have to have a weekend seminar, that's going to put them into the hybrid category, which will knock a student out of online in-state tuition to mostly online, but out-of-state tuition. So as we're thinking about students and being mindful of students, that's quite a burden, is that tuition jump. I am not a business person authority. I just asked some questions this week. So I would strongly suggest that everyone go ask those questions so that we know exactly what bar we're moving for students. It makes more sense marketing. I agree with Jeff completely on that. There's a lot of ambiguity in fully. But what are we doing to them financially in that 15% range? Maybe nothing. Maybe it's going to be great news and we can all agree, but I do think it's a question worth asking.
Thank you for that, counsel. Appreciate that. Janet, I believe you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. You had noted a few minutes ago that there was room for 2 to 3 more people. If I could be included in that, I would be very grateful for that. I know that I did do some activity when I was here in a previous term before I moved institutions, and I would very much like to be included in that. Because there's
Very
a lot of
good.
good work going on, lots of considerations to take into account. Absolutely.
Absolutely. I have added you. I am not keeping a score of how many public and how many 2-year, 4-year health-related institutions we have represented here. I know we have at least a couple of each, so it should be fine, but we'll verify that and make sure.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I would put this out there with that when y'all go back to your campuses and you talk to folks at your campus about this, if there's any questions or anything, you can write to me and I would be happy to provide any clarification that I can about this stuff. So I think you can probably get my email in the list, and I would be happy to hopefully be able to, if there's any questions or concerns or anything, you know, I don't want to violate the law or any rules or anything, but I'm not a coordinating board staff. You have my email address. If folks have questions, I'm putting it out there that you can contact me and I'll do what I can to answer them. Because I have to go do the same thing at my campus, by the way.
That may not be viable, Jeff.
Okay.
In terms of open meeting rules.
Oh, no.
Right? No.
I'm saying like, as long as they don't do it.
Gotcha. As long as it doesn't include others in that same conversation, like
Right.
asking the question to you and other members of LTAC. That would
You could
be
just
where
write
it
to
would
me,
be problematic.
me personally, and leave it at that. Yeah. And by the way, for my friends here and colleagues in the UT system, I'm already planning an email to UT system about this. So
The email that you're going to put together, can you share that with me? Because I want to do the same in my system. And it would be great if the wording was, I don't have to rethink the wording of it.
Sure.
Yeah, I had the same request, Jeff. It'd be helpful to be aligned with other LTAC members on how we're communicating the information.
Absolutely. So I tell you what, you get my email off the email they sent to me for this. You just write to me individually, just say, hey, you'd like to see whatever I put forward to you at UT system. And then once I write it, then I'll reply back to you individually with that information.
Patrick, can we move to vote?
Yes.
Do you need a motion?
Yes.
So I make a motion that we direct the work presented in the PowerPoint to the LTAC, the appropriate LTAC subcommittee, with the additional members not to constitute an entire LTAC meeting, and that we be provided as an LTAC an opportunity to provide comments, and if there are any specific rule changes, that those be itemized, right? And so we move anything that's kind of theoretical, it's not there, right? We see some very specific things, and then some clarity about what is we're actually agreeing to, right? And what are future steps. So I know that's long and specific, but I think it could achieve what you've been asking for, right? Which is a directive for the subcommittee to do some more work.
Yeah, I was with you about halfway through, and then there were some contingencies I'm not sure I could restate. So I don't know if Marianne, you were taking this for minutes, or if I need to give it Andrew's trying. So what I heard was a motion to delegate or direct this subcommittee to take what is in the PowerPoint related to rules and continue that work while providing an opportunity for input from full LTAC committee members. And I would amend that to say by next Friday. So that would be part of the timeline piece. But then there were some other things that you appended to that, and I didn't quite catch those.
Yeah, I was just asking that however you want to write it, that we delineate what Jeff has done is said, this is rules and the other things are procedures, right? That it's pretty clear in whatever document or revision to the PowerPoints coming forward, what it is that you're going to be then working with Office of General Counsel on. So it doesn't have to be a part of the motion, but I want to be really clear so I can be accountable to my stakeholders about, what it is that we've approved and the subcommittee's then empowered to do.
I'm going to try. Here we go. So you're asking for the motion to direct and I think I'm saying something, direct the subcommittee to continue the work on providing drafting recommendations for changes to the general counsel right? Based on this framework, not as much as rules. He wanted to provide an opportunity for input from the other LTAC members to the subcommittee. Then you want to clarify about what is actually specifically a rule we want to change, as opposed to just the framework in general. That sound close?
It's close.
And I'm not sure we can vote on information that we don't have. Luke, I don't know how we.
Well, I can rescind it, Pam, if you've got like a.
No, I don't. I don't know how we vote on something kind of open-ended. While I agree with you, I don't know how the subcommittee takes action on changing information without guidance of what that would be.
Yeah,
and Luke, this may help too. You mentioned rules versus processes, and related to that is procedures. So this was one of the slides earlier that Jeff went over, but there was a lot there. Rules are what we are focusing on now, providing the recommended changes to be incorporated in rules. The processes and procedures for implementing those rules would not be decided by the subcommittee at this time. That's not what you would be responding to, providing comments on. Those would be what this subcommittee then would return to work on once rules are in place, kind of on the implementation end of things.
Yeah, I understand.
That helps that distinction between
rules. Jeff made that really clear. I thought you did a really good job, Jeff. I'm just saying that in the written document, we make sure it's as clear as it was explained. So I'll rescind my motion so somebody can offer a more clear motion. I'm trying to get to helping you, Patrick, and addressing my concerns at the same time.
Yeah. Absolutely. Jacqueline?
So I think this is where maybe it helps with the motion. And Jeff, either you or Patrick, if you know off the top of your head where you're trying to do the changes on the approval process, and you can cite where that is in the rule change that we're trying to address. Because here's where we see is the inconsistency, I think, as an LTAC. We've got great information on slide 6 and 7, because they all pertain to a specific rule and a chapter, and we can see that articulation. And then we jumped in our conversation to a broader topic on how to consider the integration of principles. Totally supportive, but we don't know what we're pointing to there. And so I think that that's the part. So do you have a reference point of here's where the other set of changes will be, here's the location, and that at least puts people in a place where, oh, at least now I know where I'm looking.
So the current rule, standards and criteria for institutions is subchapter P rule 4.260. So whatever the final language is pertaining to this notion of recertification, it's going to go within that rule probably, because we're trying to consolidate what we're doing into simpler rules, and that one is pertaining to the institution. So it's going to be under a revised 4.260. If that's helpful.
Yes. So in principle, just to restate, there's a big category as I'm looking at slide 5. Things are within and revising 4.260, whether it is eliminating redundancies, moving provisions on formula funding to the appropriate place or the provision on the rule on faculty.
I
Correct?
see where you're going, Jacqueline. So we're looking at general rule changes in subchapter P. That's one thing. And that's like housekeeping stuff, cleaning up, removing redundancies, moving some things around to make more sense. So that's one thing, is sort of the housekeeping. Number two is the definitions in 4.257, which are reflected on slides 6 and 7.
Correct.
And then finally, the third piece is pertaining to rule 4.260 around institutional recertification for distance ed. That's the stuff we've primarily talked about. That's the stuff that's causing the most consternation here around that. So there are 3 ideas there. Then the cleaning up, rationalizing the rules, definitions, and then 4.260 on and it's currently framed as the standard and criteria for institutions. So it would be major changes to that rule.
Right. I hope that just helps everybody else, right? You know, rather than this kind of like, well, exactly what are we giving authority to change? Luke, I'm sorry that I jumped in and I followed. I'm just
well, can we do this? So
which one are we looking at?
So can we say?
Would it be possible, Jeff, to update slide 8 with what you just said? Kind of with the heading area so that it would follow the process. Slide 5, general, slide 6, definition, 7 is a supportive 6, and then 8 being the institutional recertification part, putting that in that slide. And that would help a lot.
The only issue is I can't, even if I change it, I can't modify the slide and show it in the meeting. So it would have to be with, so the vote then would be sort of a blanket approval for cleaning up the rules, changing the definitions, and then making the change to 4.260 with the caveat that the committee, the larger committee, is voting on that with the understanding that there's going to be substantial input on the process phase later. Can we write that into the minutes? Or maybe it needs to be framed differently, but the idea is on 4.260, standards and criteria for institutions. The LTAC is voting to delegate authority to the subcommittee on that with the condition, the caveat that we've stated explicitly that the committee will have substantial input in the process piece later. And if we put that in the minutes, then go ahead.
Well, I think even if it's in the minutes, I think it would need to be something that there is a vote on and agreement on. Not that I don't think it's a good idea, but maybe there's a path through here that kind of simplifies this. If we think about it really in just a few buckets of what we need approval to do as the subcommittee on behalf of LTAC, that is to create these new definitions or these definition changes, the move from program to institutional approval, and recertification in accordance with the SAC's predetermined cycle. And fourth, one more bucket would be these general changes about structuring it so we eliminate redundancies, make it make sense, simplify it where there are things that are in there that aren't actually done and don't need to be done. That, I think, would be the motion that we are seeking, is to, in those 4 categories, write the proposed rule changes with input from full LTAC by next week so that we could still meet those guidelines. So I know we're trying to get down to, well, what rule changes and what word, and that's not something we are going to see till very near the end of this process, and then it's still likely to change with commissioner review, etc. So is that help any in terms of just saying this is the scope of what this subcommittee will do based on any vote we take here to provide this last push towards the proposed rule changes being ready to go to the actual board. So kind
Patrick,
of these umbrella categories. Yes.
if this is acceptable to the LTAC, can we momentarily pause on this and I offer to write what a motion would be and put it in, I don't know what's appropriate, but actually to actually write it in a formal motion so that people know what they're voting on. And I didn't know whether we can move on to another agenda item because I just need time. I need 5 minutes to write it out. I'm happy to offer it up just so that, I mean, we've got this conversation and it still doesn't feel like, oh, I'm ready to vote yes or no on that.
Yeah, we could come back to this. So we'd suspend this agenda item and return to it after one of our other agenda items.
And what is the best way for me to be able to share the language so that people can see it?
I think it is probably going to have to be, could it be emailed to one of us, or does it need to be transcribed from her speaking it to us? You can get it on your phone because we don't have web access yet. So Jacqueline, we don't have access to the internet, or you could email it here, but we do have it to our phone. So if you would email it to Kyla, she will then email it to the full LTAC committee so they can see it too. And then we will read that and consider that motion.
Okay.
So at this point, then we will suspend this agenda item, and I am going to move back then to item 11. Dr. Singh had an item around course sharing among institutions of higher education that she wanted to introduce. So are you ready for that conversation, Dr. Singh?
Indeed. I just want to say how much I appreciate the conversation that is happening. More than anything, the passion that is being exhibited by everyone in doing what is in the best interest of where we go from here. This is not new to LTAC. PGP, we went through the same exact, it was intended to be a 1-year process. It turned into a 2.5, 3-year cycle. Specifically because of all the different changes in the nature of what we do. And so I appreciate that we're taking the time to take a step back and really look at what it is. Janet, I was reminded about the committee. We've done this before. And when I say that, I mean it, because Janet served on the committee for definitions years ago when you were on LTAC. And in that case, we were actually met with this is not the time that we can go in and make a formal TAC change. So to see the progress from not being able to be involved in a Texas Administrative Code modification to now where we are leading that discussion is really amazing to see that. So thank you for your thoughtfulness in that process. And I'll let Jacqueline continue on in what she's doing and switch gears real quick to give everybody kind of a breath of a fresh air and give you a little bit of a chance to regroup on some things while still keeping all of that in mind. So currently, course sharing is something that I'm sure several of you are very close to or very involved in at your campuses or are aware of throughout your tenure within digital learning. We understand that Texas is not new to the course sharing game. From the Virtual College of Texas days with Ron Thompson over to now our community colleges have Digitex currently that they belong to. Some of our 4-year institutions and some of our private institutions are part of consortiums at the state level, nationally, and within systems. There's also course sharing kind of consortiums as well. And so clearly there is an interest, there is a separate interest going on simultaneously in talking about course sharing. The conversation on micro-credentials has really elevated a lot of that conversation. Stackable credentialing has also really brought course sharing again to the forefront. We are trying to explore the idea of a statewide course sharing model. that builds on the success that we've seen throughout Texas over the last few decades. We are just in the discovery phase, and we really want to make sure that we give LTAC the opportunity to be involved in that conversation. We are starting with a couple of feedback sessions that we're going to start with community colleges, as we have those set consortiums in the history in Texas to gain feedback on what do we look at course sharing, what are some of the successes, maybe what are the areas that we can improve on, what would we like to see in the future of course sharing, and then move on to the institutions that are currently doing it, just to get a full scope of what the full conversation of course sharing looks like. And so I just wanted to let you all know that you'll be receiving an email next week inviting you to participate in some of those feedback sessions, but I didn't want you to be caught off guard and not have the full context as to what is actually happening. And so that really is the item on course sharing. Not sure if any of you have any questions. There really is it's very much in the beginning stages of, I just wanted to make sure that you were prepared to, if you see these emails coming across, that you're not taken back or confused as to where they're coming from. I'm going to say questions, even though it's not really my spot to say it. Does anybody have any questions? All right, see, there we go. Back over to you, Patrick.
Thank you very much. We were talking about another agenda item here about when we meet next. So thank you for providing that information, Michelle. Look forward to hearing more about it. And I'm going to check in with Jackie and Kyla and see if we have a motion to consider. And if not, then we'll go to the next agenda item.
2 minutes, please.
What's that? 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
All right.
please.
Well, so we are going to try to adhere to our 2:30 timeline for today, not just for everybody's bottom's sake and their calendars, but also because we are being hosted very generously by ACC Highland, and we only asked for the time through 2:30 this afternoon. So a couple of adjustments. We will not be covering the restructuring of work groups today in this meeting, but we will, those are important to us. And so we will be making that an opportunity online to restructure those and to add members to them so everybody can participate. But we need to address our other business first. We will also defer item 12, the discussion of online proctoring. This is something that one of our members brought to our attention as a source of concern following the lawsuit that a student filed for privacy of their for privacy violations by their institution when using a remote video proctoring service. There was a lot of buzz about this when this happened back in August, when it was decided against the university. A subsequent analysis of the particular situation shows there were a lot of things that the institution did that did not help their case, including such things as it was a member of the institution that was doing that proctoring, not a third-party service. The students' materials, when the scan was done of their testing environment at home, was shown to other students who were in a live Zoom call. So another violation of privacy. It was there weren't policies that said you had to that made it mandatory to do this. It was at a teacher's discretion, and so their policies were not being applied standardly at the institution in question. So while many of us were very concerned when we saw the ruling, when you dig underneath it, there was not a ruling that says it is unconstitutional, violates student privacy to do remote proctoring using cameras, et cetera. So that was the context for that discussion. Wanted to bring that up for interest here, but do want to allow the full time to discuss that at a subsequent meeting, provided that that remains of interest, of course. That was about 2 minutes. So, all right.
I sent it to Kyla, but I can also read it out loud if she is trying to send it back out just so that people can hear the language.
Yep. Yes, please. She may have to go to another computer to get that sent out that is hardwired. So if you would read it, and Andrew, if you would write it down for us, and that may be enough for us to move forward. And we're emailing it to the rest of the committee members as soon as we finish this relay race.
All right, and I am presuming that I'm not allowed to put the text in the chat. Is that correct?
There is no chat. Yes,
Oh,
it
that's
has
right.
to be
It's not.
disabled.
Sorry. Okay. I move.
Things that would make it easy. I know.
Okay, got it. I move to direct the LTAC subcommittee to continue the work of the framework for proposing rule changes pertaining to distance education definitions and rule changes. A, proposed changes in 4.260 to eliminate redundancies and to reposition sections related to formula funding under 4.264 and faculty 4.6263. B, proposed changes to definitions of distance education courses and programs under 4.257. C, proposed changes to 4.260's standards and criteria for institutions to promote alignment with institutional review processes, and to permit the full LTAC to provide commentary and feedback to the subcommittee within the next week.
So Jacqueline, I think I heard most of it. I was going to ask Andrew to reread it, but I'm troubled by the specificity of exactly which rules are going to be changed, because there are others where they're going to be moved into another section because it makes sense when you're asking the institution to be responsible for something for faculty or courses that you put it under institutional responsibility. I think it is too specific to put the rule numbers in, because then there may be other places where that needs to be reflected that aren't in a charge this specific. Totally agree with the directing to complete this work and providing LTAC input, but I think the specificity part would limit the ability of the subcommittee to complete the task.
Okay. So we broke up the slide. The slide has 3 different component parts. So I'm happy to amend that.
But when you say the slide has 3 different
Yep, there's
oh, you're talking about the general changes?
General changes. That's what I wrote in section A. I may not have, right? I thought it was too broad to be able to say eliminate redundancies, move some provisions, and strike some rules. But I'm happy to go back to those 3 headings if that's what you want.
Yeah, I think that otherwise, and Jeff, you can jump in here. When you're authoring this under general changes, you created those buckets, but then the items under them aren't an exhaustive list. Those are examples of what you mean by eliminate redundancies and what we mean by striking some rules.
Right.
Maybe other rules are struck too.
And to
but
clarify,
these are just examples. So, yeah.
To clarify, we're not talking about substantive changes in those cases. We're not talking about changing anything of substance. We're talking about moving things around to just make things cleaner and more clear. That's all. And yes, Patrick, those are just examples. The sub bullets under each of the main bullets are just examples of what we mean.
And then that charge would have only addressed part of those housekeeping, I'm going to call them changes, but it did not address the change in definitions, nor in the shift to institutional approval and alignment with the SACS cycle.
Correct. It doesn't pertain to those things at all.
Yes,
Right.
but the difficulty is the first part of general changes are all in 4.260. And then standards and criteria are also in 4.260. Yeah.
Well, I would say that's why it's just a general principle of clarifying and cleaning up the rules. It's not the changes reflected in that slide are not substantive changes.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is the friendly amendment is to propose technical changes to eliminate redundancies and to reposition sections for improved alignment in processes.
I think that makes sense.
The second one was to approve changes to definitions of distance education courses and programs. Do you want me to cite the section or just leave that more broadly?
I think that one's
Just more
appropriate
broadly.
to. Oh, really? I mean, I think because the definitions rule is it's a whole rule. And so whatever we do for definitions will have to be in that rule. To me, it makes sense to say 4.257 there.
That's fine. That makes sense.
The third one is proposed changes to 4.260 standards and criteria for institutions to promote alignment with institutional review processes.
Is it institutional review or institutional recertification?
It could be both. But I can change that to recertification. if you
My
want.
only concern with the phrase recertification is it's the legal, like a legal definition of certification. I think it's better to say review. I think that's more general. Since this is an official.
Jeff, does the language in the motion characterize the changes that we would propose making? When we say it would be in alignment with institutional review, it's really a shift to institutional review. And the alignment is more with other existing standards institutions have to meet CRAC, SACS, and the cycle for SACS. I just want to make sure if we have in the motion that it characterizes what it is we're proposing. So it might not align with, I mean, depends on what we are calling institutional review cycles. Are we specifically referring to SACS in that?
Well,
No, I don't. Go ahead, Jacqueline.
I didn't want to spell it out because I mean, as we really start to hammer through what that looks like, I wanted at least the opportunity to be more broadly stated.
Could we say that it is a shift
Institutional
from,
review could include coordinating board, could include SACS COC, couldn't be how we conform to what NC Sarah requires of us, right? It could be any of the number of things that we as institutions have to do as part of a review process. I appreciate, Charlene, your point. It's kind of certifications as well, but I didn't want to overstate.
Could we just say shifting from program review to institutional review, just to, because that's the heart of it.
Yes. Is that okay, Jackie?
I mean, I'm fine with that.
And, okay.
So proposed changes to 4.260 standards and criteria for institutions to shift from program review processes to institutional review processes. Charlene, was that your point?
Yeah.
And the last
Yeah.
one is to permit the full LTAC to provide commentary and feedback to the subcommittee within the next week.
Okay, I think we may have it.
Do you want me to read it one more time?
Yeah, the last one first, provide full LTAC to make comment. And this is in that parameter of by next Friday, or are you talking about at some other point?
Do you want whatever date you want me to put in there? I wrote within the next week. But if you want a date certain,
I think for minutes, it would make sense to have it as a date. So that would be the 14th. Sorry, we're still getting them, those written out. You have them all written in front of you now? I know
Yes,
we've been
sir.
amending as we go along.
yes, this is the amended motion. I move to direct the LTAC subcommittee that direct the LTAC subcommittee to continue the work of the framework for proposing rule changes pertaining to distance education definitions and other rule changes. Specifically, propose technical changes to eliminate redundancies and to reposition sections for improved alignment and processes. 2, to propose changes to definitions of distance education courses and programs under 4.257. 3, propose changes to 4.260 standards and criteria for institutions to shift from program review processes to institutional review processes, and to permit the full LTAC to provide commentary and feedback to the subcommittee by October 14th, 2022.
Okay, and is that an omnibus? All of those included in one motion, or
Yes,
4
sir.
separate motions?
Got all in one.
There's one friendly amendment I would like to offer. You used the word continue the work. And really what we're talking about is completing the work. So finishing this up. So would you accept a friendly amendment that the language is to complete the work?
Certainly.
And that was in, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
done.
So with that friendly amendment, do we need to restate it at this time? I mean, she's read it for the record. It's in the recording.
Do I have to
All
state
right.
it one more time? I'm
We
sorry.
need to repeat it one more time for the record, I understand, with
Okay.
that friendly amendment accepted.
Okay, so this is all one motion. To direct the LTAC subcommittee to complete the work of the framework for proposing rule changes pertaining to distance education definitions and rule changes. A, propose technical changes to eliminate redundancies and to reposition sections for improved alignment in business processes. B, propose changes to definitions of distance education courses and programs under 4.257. C, propose changes to 4.260 standards and criteria for institutions to shift from program review processes to institutional review processes, and to permit the full LTAC to provide commentary and feedback to the subcommittee by October 14th, 2022.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Who was the second?
Charlene.
Charlene, thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? Everybody's worn out, I know. All right, if there is no discussion, one more time, any questions or discussions, comments on the motion? Jacqueline, thank you for your persistence in retooling that and getting us where we needed to be there. I'm going to call for the vote on the motion. All in favor, please raise your hand physically and keep it up. And you have 16. Okay, we have we have 16 for. So now any opposed, same sign, raise your hand. Okay, one opposed, any abstentions? No abstentions, the motion carries, and thank you very much for the robust discussion. The patience is all very much appreciated. So Jeff, I think next step for us probably is you offered to several people to offer the question that you'll be taking back to your institutional leadership. If that could be provided to all the LTAC committee, the full committee, but maybe blind copied.
Well, they have to write to me individually, and then I'll respond individually.
Gotcha. You can't send it out. Got it. Sorry for that advice.
No problem.
All right. So we are at time. The other item that we do need to get to is discussion of future agenda items and meeting dates. For January. Sometimes we okay.
So we're going to,
please.
We'll provide some opportunities for meeting dates sometime towards the beginning of December, because towards the end of December, it gets deeper into the holiday period, or sometime at the beginning of January. Give you some dates then, because the board meeting will be in January. We have our meeting prior to that.
Andrew, is the board, are y'all able to use a doodle poll or that type of technology to send that to us so that we can pick dates? I don't know if y'all have used that before.
Yes. I was just going to add that it's typical that they'll distribute a doodle poll with multiple dates, and then everybody can provide their input and they select the best date. And maybe you'll be at your new home by then. Who knows?
No.
Maybe we'll be back here. We'll see. We will see. And then we will follow up through CB staff on the restructuring of work groups and allowing individuals to sign up to participate in those. I know you've received information. If you're new members, certainly you should have it. If you're an existing member, on the use of the TCB LTAC Teams channel or Teams. So that's where those documents will be going. And so it's important that you make sure you have access to it. And if you have any trouble accessing it, you can contact Kyla, and she will make sure that you can get to that. In terms of future agenda items, we know that we have some that we are moving to the next meeting. online proctoring discussion being one of those. We always have THECB updates on relevant topics. Certainly, we will have update on the subcommittee's work towards the proposed rules in December and where that stands. We have standing work group items on the agenda. Other items of interest that we need to consider. And of course, there may be doctoral subcommittee proposals to be considered. Any other agenda items to be added?
Just for clarification, before you said work groups, you said the online proctoring, THECB updates, something, and then the work groups. What was that? Doctoral proposal? Oh,
Yeah, any doctoral proposals that might come in, restructuring of the work groups. Actually, we'll have work groups by then, so it'll be the work group. All right, I think that concludes everything on the agenda that we have not moved to a subsequent agenda, except adjournment. So I would entertain a motion.
Lydia Tenna, motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Lydia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I declare our meeting adjourned at 2:42. Thank you all for your patience in working through a very long agenda, along with the technical difficulties. Thank you for your service and your continued commitment to this service group. It is a pleasure serving with each and every one of you. Appreciate the enthusiasm that you bring to the job and look forward to our service together in the coming year. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you.